Warrior Lore. Chapter 1505. The fiendish demon that was suppressed in the Yellow Springs was released. It broke free from its shackles and appeared above the Yellow Springs. Its terrifying demonic aura shook the entire Yellow Springs and made thousands of demons bow down. Book C Pavilion - Rumble. The entire Yellow Springs was shaking. Huge waves rose in the Dead Sea of Yellow Springs. Endless demonic power surged out from the depths of the Yellow Springs and entered the fiendish demon's body. Many huge skeletons floated above the Dead Sea of the Yellow Springs. There were even human skeletons among them. There seemed to be countless living beings buried in the mouth of the Yellow Springs, giving birth to the most terrifying demonic power in the world. Clang! The three black chains hanging from the fiendish demon's body collided with each other from time to time, emitting crisp sounds of metal clashing. The chains pierced through the fiendish demon's body. Although the fiendish demon had broken free from the Yellow Springs, the chains on its body couldn't be removed. The pitch-black chains were engraved with ancient Tao runes. There was a supreme existence suppressing the fiendish demon in the Yellow Springs. Gu Fei took away the ancient tablet, allowing the fiendish demon to break free. This was something that Gu Fei did not expect. The fiendish demon's release had serious consequences. After devouring the endless demonic power of the Yellow Springs, the fiendish demon was shrouded in dark yellow demonic aura. Its figure became blurry, but it became even more powerful and terrifying. Swoosh! The fiendish demon disappeared into the void. Boom! The next moment, in a place where the demons gathered in the Yellow Springs, the void shook violently. Then, a terrifying demonic shadow appeared in the sky. An endless amount of demonic aura poured down from the demonic figure, enveloping the entire world and the countless demons below. What happened? Is the Ghost Emperor attacking? I don't want to die. The place where the devil race resided was immediately thrown into chaos. The terrifying devil might that descended from the sky caused the group of devils to tremble. This pressure was too strong, causing all the devil race to almost be unable to breathe. Immediately after, screams filled the air. The demons that were enveloped by the demonic chi were quickly losing their demonic chi. Then, they turned into dried corpses that fell to the ground. All of their chi had been sucked dry. In an instant, most of the demons in the settlement of tens of thousands of demons fell down and turned into dried corpses. Even the demons guarding the place were struggling. The power of the demonic Tao in their bodies was being drawn out uncontrollably. To the demons, the demonic essence energy was their life force. Once the demonic essence energy was completely devoured, they would die even if they were demons with immortal bodies. Soon, the entire settlement of the demons calmed down. Tens of thousands of demons, as well as the powerhouses among the demons, had all turned into hideous and terrifying mummies. Even their primordial spirits had been sucked out. Roar! The demonic chi receded like the tide. That peerless fiendish demon roared, and then, the fiendish demon's figure once again disappeared in the sky. Very soon, another area of the devil race's settlement was enveloped by demonic chi. The unparalleled demon was devouring the essence energy of the demons to strengthen itself. This was a massacre. All the demons in the 100,000 miles of Yellow Springs became the prey of the unparalleled demon. The demon seemed to want to quickly recover its strength. More than a dozen demon settlements were slaughtered by the demon. Large numbers of demons turned into dried corpses without any demonic essence energy. Such a massacre of demons alarmed the Ghost Emperor and the underworld's supremacy. Demons being massacred in large numbers was something that had never happened before. It should be known that the 100,000 miles of Yellow Springs was a paradise for demons. If this continued, the demons would be wiped out sooner or later. In the area controlled by the Ghost Emperor, many demon settlements were also slaughtered by the demon. Not a single demon escaped. All of them had their demonic essence energy devoured. The unparalleled demon did not simply devour the demon's essence energy. It did not even let go of the primordial spirits of the demons. The power of the primordial spirit could strengthen the demon's divine soul. This was an unbridled massacre. Just as the demonic power of the unparalleled demon was rapidly increasing, in Gu Fei's inner world, The ancient monument that Gu Fei and He Tian had used countless methods to no effect suddenly shook. The ancient monument seemed to have sensed that the unparalleled demon had escaped from the mouth of the yellow springs. The void shook. The Tao patterns on the ancient monument began to emit divine light. The ancient patterns were like ancestral dragons, swimming around the ancient monument. The patterns engraved on the ancient monument seemed to have come to life. What's going on? Gu Fei and He Tian were extremely shocked. They had not figured out what was happening to the ancient monument. They did not dare to get too close and only watched from afar. The ancient monument has suddenly awakened. Could something be about to happen? He Tian was a little uneasy. In the valley, the ancient monument was shaking as though it was about to fly away. This thing had existed for countless years. Perhaps it could be traced back to the era of myths and legends. No one knew what would happen to this ancient monument. Even He Tian, who was proficient in array formations, knew nothing about this ancient monument. The ancient Tao patterns engraved on the ancient monument seemed to be a type of array formation. After studying it for a few months, He Tian could only see this. And just as the ancient monument was gradually awakening, the 100,000 miles of the Yellow Springs was already in chaos. The unparalleled demon appeared and slaughtered demons everywhere. It devoured the demonic essence energy and the primordial spirits of the demons. The death of countless demons caused Emperor Yu, an underworld lord, to be unable to sit still. Boom! Nether Supremacy was the first to make a move. Just as that ferocious devil was about to slaughter another devil race's settlement, Nether Supremacy arrived just in time and struck that peerless ferocious devil. The entire void shook under the Dark Lord's demonic hand. The ground was cracking. On the ground, countless demons fled in all directions. It was as though doomsday had arrived. Roar! The peerless, ferocious demon roared. The underworld supremacy's attack had enraged the ferocious demon. 3 black chains flew out from the ferocious demon's body. One of the chains pierced through the demonic hand that the underworld supremacy had condensed with boundless demonic power. The other 2 chains pierced through the underworld supremacy's body. The black chains looked rusty and almost completely rotten. However, they were still extremely terrifying. Every chain was engraved with ancient Tao patterns. Moreover, these Tao patterns could restrain the power of the demon Tao. Swoosh! The Dark Lord felt danger. He left an afterimage on the spot and appeared above the demon's head in the next moment. I, the lone demon. The Dark Supremacy let out a loud shout and displayed the supreme divine ability of the Devil Path. He opened up a demonic sky, and it was a void that was like a boundless demonic domain. He sucked in the ferocious devils below. Book C Pavilion, dash. Please share, target equals, _ blank. Chapter 1506. The Nether Sovereign displayed his Saint Emperor's invincible divine ability, conjuring a boundless demon domain and pulling the unparalleled demon into it. Book C Pavilion, this was the inner world that he had cultivated. Here, it was a world of its own. Standing in this infinite demon domain, he was like a supreme demon that ruled over this infinite demon domain. With a thought from the underworld's supremacy, the entire infinite demon domain shook. Endless power came from all directions and obliterated the demon. Demonic patterns appeared in the void, bringing with them the power of the Great Path. He wanted to use the power of the inner world to suppress and kill this demon. Roar! The ferocious devil threw his head back and roared. He seemed to have sensed danger. A blood-red demonic light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the void. An extremely evil demonic energy erupted from his body. It was like 100,000 volcanoes from hell had erupted at the same time. This demonic power shook the entire infinite demon domain. Cracks appeared in the terrifying infinite demon domain. The power of the inner world of the underworld supremacy was scattered by this demonic power. His demonic body shook again and again. What? The underworld supremacy was shocked. He never thought that this demon would be so powerful. He suffered a great impact and spat out demonic blood. Swoosh! At this moment, 3 black chains rushed out from the demon's body and crushed everything. The demonic patterns were collapsing. The chains directly tore the infinite demon domain that the underworld's supremacy had created. This unparalleled fiendish devil directly broke through the infernal exalt's devil domain space and rushed out. The infinite demon domain was broken by someone. The underworld's supremacy was seriously injured. He spat out demonic blood. The infinite demon domain was connected to his breath. It was equivalent to an extension of his demonic body. He wanted to use absolute power to suppress and kill this demon. However, he was seriously injured by this crazy demon. Even the inner world was unable to trap this unparalleled fiendish demon. This caused even the Dark Sovereign to be terrified. This kind of demon simply possessed an undying body. The underworld's supremacy withdrew his inner world. At this moment, a pitch-black chain suddenly pierced through the underworld supremacy's demonic body. The chain pierced through the underworld supremacy's back and came out from his chest. A large amount of demonic blood spurted out. The underworld supremacy looked at the rusty black chain protruding from his chest. He couldn't believe his eyes. How was this possible? He was an invincible demon emperor. To think that he would suffer severe injuries consecutively. The strength and terror of his opponent had far exceeded his imagination. Then, something happened that scared the hell out of underworld supremacy. The black iron chain that had pierced through his demonic body seemed to have some kind of evil power. His demonic essence was being continuously sucked out by the iron chain. Roar! The underworld's supremacy roared in terror. This ferocious demon was really devouring his essence chi. It actually wanted to take away all the fruits of the way that he had painstakingly cultivated. The overlord of the Yellow Springs world was, after all, an invincible demon sovereign who had experienced countless storms and waves. The Nether Sovereign reacted very quickly. His right hand turned into a demonic blade and slashed behind him, wanting to cut the chain. However, the Nether Exalt's hand did not even leave behind a mark when it landed on the chain. The rusty, almost decayed chain had actually managed to endure a strike from a Saint King of the demonic path. How is this possible? The Nether Sovereign's shock was no small matter. At this moment, the other two chains also wrapped around the Nether Sovereign. As long as he was wrapped by the two chains, the Nether Sovereign would not be able to break free. The Nether Sovereign wanted to charge forward, but a powerful suction surged from the iron chain that had pierced through his body. It locked his entire demonic body in place. Arg! The Nether Supremacy tried his best to circulate his mana, but his mana was being drained even faster because of that. However, he couldn't care so much at this moment. Surviving was the most important thing right now. The other two chains slithered up from behind the Nether Sovereign like two spiritual snakes. Then, they wrapped around the Nether Sovereign and began to devour his surging demonic power. In just a few breaths, the Nether Sovereign's demonic power had already been drained by half. Die! The demonic power on the Nether Sovereign's demonic body swelled wildly. Then, he roared and his demonic body suddenly exploded. He had actually disintegrated. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, the entire void was annihilated. The void within a 10,000-mile radius collapsed and turned into chaos. The power of destruction destroyed everything. The Netherworld realm within a 100,000-mile radius shook. This was the self-destruction of a Saint King Demon Sovereign. The heavenly demon disintegration was a supreme demonic technique. It could burn demonic blood and instantly increase the demonic power of the caster by 3 times. That terrifying demon had actually forced a demon sovereign to self-destruct. This was something that no one had expected. Even the Nether Sovereign himself found it hard to believe that he would be forced to such a state. The power of destruction annihilated everything. The extremely evil demon was also engulfed by the power of destruction. In the chaos, a demonic light wrapped around a figure and instantly disappeared into the dark world. Haha, to think that the Nether Sovereign would have such a day. In the distant sky, an ancient ship quietly floated there. A demonic figure stood on the deck. This person was the archenemy of the Nether Sovereign, the U-Emperor. The U-Emperor's power was recovering. Very soon, he would be able to convert the Buddhist power in the ancient ship into demonic power. At that time, not only would his cultivation and strength recover to its former peak, but he would even be able to reach a higher level. The power of the Nether Sovereign's self-destruction was too great. Everything within a 10,000-mile radius was destroyed. It directly blasted a huge hole in the Netherworld realm, and even the chaotic aura was blasted out. Just what was that thing that actually forced the Nether Sovereign to self-destruct? The Emperor muttered to himself. He was also extremely shocked. The Nether Sovereign was a demon sovereign that could rival him. Even the Nether Sovereign could not defeat him. If he were to face this guy, his outcome would probably not be any better than the Nether Sovereign's. That guy should be dead. This was the self-destruction of a Saint King Demon Sovereign. If that person could survive, then he really did possess the legendary Undying Demon body. That Dark Lord has self-destructed his demonic body and injured his core. He's no longer my match. Thank you for helping me get rid of this huge threat. The Emperor was reaping the benefits of the fisherman. The situation now was in his favor. The boundless destructive power wreaked havoc for several hours before it gradually weakened. The shattered void was rapidly mending itself. In the chaos, a blurry figure could be vaguely seen. What? On the deck of the ancient ship, the Ghost Emperor could not help but be dumbfounded when he saw Wen's figure. Book C Pavilion, dash. Please share, target equals, _ blank. Chapter 1507. Rumble. The destructive power raged and the void collapsed. The power of the Dark Lord's self-destruction was too strong. It shattered the void for thousands of miles. Book C Pavilion. The earth was sinking, and the yellow springs were evaporating. Nothing was left. However, a demonic figure could be vaguely seen amidst the chaotic and destructive power. This was a figure that even the Ghost Emperor felt threatened. Although he was thousands of miles away, the Ghost Emperor could clearly feel that the demonic figure was staring at him. It was not a good thing to be targeted by this unparalleled fiendish demon. He didn't die even after this. The Ghost Emperor was shocked. This was the power of an invincible demon's self-destruction. This power was so strong that it was unbelievable. It could shatter a part of the void, and the yellow springs were affected. The Emperor knew that it was hard for him to fight against such destructive power. If he was in that demon's place, he would have been destroyed long ago. The destructive power wreaked havoc for more than half a day before it gradually calmed down. The shattered void was quickly repaired by the Yellow Springs' demonic power from the Yellow Springs void. Clang. The sound of metal chains clashing could be heard. The demonic figure was like an eternal demon with an indestructible body. It emitted an extremely dangerous aura. The Ghost Emperor did not attack. He was very wary of this demon that had escaped from the Yellow Springs. Before he could figure out the other party's background, he chose to retreat. The demonic figure on the deck disappeared, and the ship retreated without a sound. On this day, all the demons in the Yellow Springs were shocked. The invincible demon of the Yellow Springs, the Dark Lord, was defeated by a demon. The legend of the Dark Lord's invincibility was shattered. According to ancient legends, the Yellow Springs was the source of evil in the world. It was the birthplace of the demons. However, the demon that came from the birthplace of the demons wanted to destroy all the demons. This did not make sense. All of the devil race felt that a great calamity was about to befall them, because that ferocious devil was on the move again. The devil race's residences were slaughtered one after another. Countless devil race people were dying. At this speed, the billions of demons in the Yellow Springs would be wiped out in less than half a year. The number of demons was the foundation of demons' reproduction. Large numbers of demons were killed. This shook the foundation of the demons in the Yellow Springs. The Dark Lord was defeated. The Ghost Emperor did not fight. The demons welcomed their darkest era. Buzz. While the unparalleled fiendish demon was reaping the lives of the demon race, the ancient tablet in Gu Fei's inner world emitted a dazzling divine light. All of the inscriptions on the ancient monument lit up, as though they had come to life. The savage beasts and ancient ancestors all seemed to be walking out from the ancient monument. An aura that seemed to originate from the primordial chaos spread out from the ancient tablet. What's going on? Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. Previously, they tried everything they could but failed to activate any of the Tao patterns on the tablet. But now, the tablet was reviving on its own. The ancient monolith woke up on its own, emitting a terrifying might that could shake the heavens and the earth. The great formation that Erebus had set up around the valley collapsed in an instant. All the array patterns seemed to be blown away by an invisible astral wind and dissipated into the void. The endless heaven and earth spiritual chi gathered by the array was also devoured by the tablet. The entire tablet started to emit a divine aura of the extreme Tao. This, Gu Fei and He Tian were dumbfounded. There was no doubt that this tablet had been refined by an extreme Tao supremacy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. It's the work of one of the ancient supremes. The divine aura of the extreme Tao appeared in Gu Fei's inner world. It was unimaginable. If it was an ordinary person's inner world, it would have collapsed. But Gu Fei's inner world was different. His inner world was nourished by several divine springs of life and the extreme Tao sacred weapon, the mountain river cauldron. Even if the tablet was completely revived, it wouldn't be able to damage his inner world. The Tao patterns on the tablet seemed to transform into ancestral dragons. They wandered around the tablet and interweaved into countless heaven and earth Tao diagrams. This was an array of the extreme Tao. An extreme Tao supremacy left an array on the tablet. He Tian was shocked. This kind of extreme Tao array was not something that anyone could see. An extreme Tao supremacy was an invincible ancient sage. A wisp of their aura was enough to destroy a part of the world. The extreme Tao array contained the invincible great Tao of an extreme Tao supremacy. If one could comprehend it, they would be able to achieve the extreme Tao fruit. Countless Tao patterns wandered and reorganized. Wong. Suddenly, the space around them trembled. The runes on the ancient monument weaved together to form an enigmatic Tao diagram. Then, the space around them collapsed, forming a spatial tunnel. When Gu Fei and He Tian saw this change, they couldn't help but be shocked. Roar. At this time, a terrifying roar came from the pitch-black spatial passage into Gu Fei's inner world. An extremely terrifying demonic aura caused all living beings in Gu Fei's inner world to tremble. "What is that?" He Tian exclaimed. This demonic aura seemed to be even stronger and more terrifying than the demonic aura of the underworld's supremacy and the Ghost Emperor. It was like a supreme extreme Tao demon-suppressing demonic aura was roaring. Rumble. The ancient tablet rose from the ground and suppressed the spatial passage in front of it. The entire void trembled and was on the verge of shattering. The extreme Tao divine aura emitted from the ancient tablet blocked the demonic power coming from the other end of the spatial passage. Like a heavenly tablet, it suppressed the surging demonic power from the other end of the spatial passage. The ancient tablet flew into the spatial passage. How can this be? Gu Fei and He Tian were indescribably shocked. Could the ancient tablet have been bestowed with the will of an extreme Tao supremacy and was going to suppress the unknown demon on the other end of the spatial passage? One had to know that the extreme Tao ancient weapon contained the God's will. It was a supreme saint artifact with intelligence. Could this ancient tablet also be an extreme Tao ancient weapon? It can connect to the myriad worlds. Could the ancient tablet be the reincarnation gate of legends? At this time, the ancient tablet was about to disappear into the spatial passage. Gu Fei and He Tian hurriedly flew into the sky and directly rushed into the spatial passage. At the same time, in the Yellow Springs, a terrifying demon was devouring the essence of countless demons below in a region filled with monstrous demonic aura. After devouring the essence of tens of thousands of demons, the demon's power seemed to have reached a certain level and broke through some kind of shackle in his body. Boom! The heaven and earth shook. 3 iron chains fell off from the demon's body and were grabbed by the demon's hand. A terrifying supreme demonic aura swept across the Yellow Springs. Just as the demonic aura of this peerless fiendish demon reached its peak, the space in front of him suddenly rippled like water, and a terrifying force emerged from the void. A spatial passageway appeared in front of the peerless fiendish demon. Roar! The demon instinctively felt threatened. He roared at the sky, and the demonic power on his body exploded. It shook the heaven and earth, shocking the demons in a radius of tens of thousands of miles. That old demon is getting stronger and stronger. The underworld sovereign's soul hiding in the ninth underworld spring was alarmed. He was using the boundless demonic aura in the ninth underworld spring to reconstruct his demon body. When he fought with the great demon that had rushed out from the depths of the yellow springs, he had been forced to self-destruct. Only his soul had escaped, but his vitality had been injured. With a great enemy before him, the underworld sovereign immediately came to the ninth underworld spring. He wanted to recover his peak cultivation as soon as possible, but it was not something that could be done in a day. The aura of the demon had already spread into the ninth underworld spring. This demon was so powerful that even the Saint Emperor Sovereign's heart trembled. The underworld sovereign's soul frantically gathered the demonic aura. Boundless demonic aura gathered from all directions, completely drowning his soul. A demonic figure vaguely appeared in the demonic aura. In the region controlled by the Ghost Emperor, an ancient ship was hidden in the demonic clouds in the sky. It's too powerful. It's impossible to defeat. Such words came from the ancient ship. Just as all the demons were feeling hopeless, a force that was strong enough to go against the murderer appeared. An extreme godly aura instantly swept through the entire Yellow Springs world. The underworld sovereign and the Ghost Emperor were alarmed again. This extreme divine might shocked the heavens and made them very fearful. Fortunately, this power was not targeted at them. Rumble. At this time, a pitch-black stone tablet appeared in the spatial passageway in front of the demon. It emitted billions of divine halos and suppressed the demon. Bam! The demon was extremely ferocious. He actually punched the spatial passageway in front of him. The void shattered, and the powerful demonic power shattered the world. He wanted to cut off the spatial passageway and seal the ancient stone tablet in the void. However, the stone tablet was like a heavenly tablet. It emitted endless divine laws of the great path. It dissolved the demon's punch and froze the spatial passageway. At the same time, endless power of the great path condensed on the ancient stone tablet. The divine laws of the great path turned into divine chains of the great path and entangled the demon. Swoosh! The ominous demon sensed danger and immediately retreated. The divine chains of the great path condensed from the divine laws of the great path possessed great power and could lock up all evil demons. Even the powerful, ferocious demons did not dare to face them head-on. Roar! The vicious demon roared angrily. Then, it shook the black chains in its hands. Kong-chong sounds rang out continuously. The three chains were like three spiritual snakes as they twisted towards the great Tao divine chains in front of them. This was the collision of the power of the great path. Demonic patterns appeared on the black iron chains, and the power of the great path of the demonic path surged. The three iron chains intertwined with the divine chain of the great path that came from the ancient tablet. Clang! The three iron chains in the hands of the ferocious demon crumbled in an instant. They could not withstand the divine chains of the great path that were condensed from the ancient tablet. Even a peerless, ferocious demon was forced to retreat. Book C Pavilion - Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1508. Date: October 2nd. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Text CHAPTR 1516. Chapter 1516. Ancient Monument Town. Ominous Demon. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Text CHAPTR 1516. Chapter 1516. Ancient Monument Town. Ominous Demon. Xian Huan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Text Chapter 1516. Chapter 1516. Ancient Monument Town. Ominous Demon. Return to Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Text CHAPTR 1516. Chapter 1516. Ancient Monument Town. Ominous Demon. Novel name: Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Author: Liang Clan. Third Young Master. Type: Xian Huan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Remember, update quickly. The ancient monolith awakened and displayed its supreme divine power on its own, wanting to suppress the peerless great demon that had escaped from the Yellow Springs Eye. The power of the extreme Tao spread throughout the entire Yellow Springs. Wei Xiao read the full text. The 100,000 miles of Yellow Springs gathered an endless amount of demonic energy, but at this moment, the demonic energy couldn't suppress the ancient monument at all. The ancient monument displayed a strand of the extreme Tao's godly power. Not only did it want to suppress the demon, it also wanted to suppress the entire 100,000 miles of Yellow Springs. Before the godly power of the extreme Tao, any laws of heaven and earth were nothing. The extreme Tao Supreme stepped on the great Tao of the heavens, ignoring all the power of heaven and earth, surpassing the boundaries of heaven and earth. This kind of power could suppress everything. The divine chains of Tao laws from the ancient monument wrapped around the demon, shattering the 3 black chains in the demon's hands. The demon had no choice but to retreat in fear. Genius son, stupid mommy squinted. This demon seemed to have a problem. Ever since it appeared, it hadn't said a single word. It only knew how to kill and devour the Yuan Shen essence of the demons. The unparalleled fiendish demon seemed to have lost his mind. All his actions seemed to be an instinctive reaction. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian used the cauldron of mountain and river to protect themselves and rushed out from the space tunnel that was about to disappear. The strand of godly power from the ancient monument wasn't something they could contend against. They needed the power of the cauldron of mountain and river to approach this place. After coming out from the space tunnel, they couldn't help but be startled. They appeared in the Yellow Springs again. The ancient monument actually rushed back here on its own. This ancient tablet can't really be the legendary gate of reincarnation, right? Both Gu Fei and He Tian were bewildered. This ancient steel was actually able to create a space tunnel in Gu Fei's inner world and rush out of it. This sort of power was very similar to the legendary gate of reincarnation. According to legend, the gate of reincarnation could connect to the 6 paths and allow people to enter and exit the 6 paths at will. The gate of reincarnation is a stone tablet? Gu Fei and He Tian didn't dare to come to a conclusion. This was far too different from the gate of reincarnation they had imagined. They had thought that the gate of reincarnation was just a door that led to the 6 paths of reincarnation. No one knew the origins of the stone steel, and no one could explain its origins. No one knew if this stone steel was the reincarnation cycle of the 6 paths of reincarnation in the legends. Gu Fei and He Tian hid far away, not daring to approach the battlefield. The terrifying power of the Tao laws could threaten them. Under the power of the extreme Tao, even with the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, they had to be careful. Wong. The ancient steel shook, and the void was collapsing. Pitch black spatial cracks spread out in all directions with the ancient steel as the center. It was like black lightning was blooming. A total of 9 Tao Law God chains stretched out from the ancient steel. It was something condensed from the power of the great Tao, and it could lock down any powerful existence in the world. The 9 Tao God chains shot out tens of thousands of feet towards the unparalleled ferocious demon. The ferocious demon seemed to know the danger. It kept roaring and retreating. The ancient steel was like 100,000 ancient divine mountains moving in the sky, suppressing the ferocious demon. The appearance of this extreme Tao power alarmed all the demons in the Yellow Springs. Even the Underworld Lord and the Yu Emperor couldn't sit still. The Yu Emperor's ancient ship appeared in the sky, not daring to approach. The Underworld Lord had lost his demon body and didn't dare to appear at all. One should know that he was only left with his primordial spirit. He was no match for the Yu Emperor. If he went out, he would be courting death. The extreme Tao power shocked the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and even the ferocious demon had to retreat. However, the ferocious demon had nowhere to run. He had to retreat towards the eye of the Yellow Springs. There was boundless Yellow Springs demonic chi that he could use. Monstrous demonic chi surged towards the eye of the Yellow Springs. It covered the sky, and it was a shocking scene. It was a chemical summoner. What kind of demon is that? Gu Fei and He Tian were extremely shocked. Within the demonic aura, a terrifying demonic shadow was faintly discernible. That demonic shadow was not the Dark Sovereign, nor was it the Yu Emperor. It was a great demon that they did not recognize. The Tao Law God chains that rushed out from the ancient steel pierced through the layers of demonic chi. They almost pierced through the ferocious demon's body a few times, but the ferocious demon used his supreme demonic Tao divine power to avoid them. Roar! The ferocious demon roared, shattering the sky and earth. He slaughtered countless demons and devoured a huge amount of demonic chi to strengthen himself. Under the nourishment of the demonic chi, The ferocious demon's body was almost indestructible. Even the destructive power produced by the underworld lord's self-detonation could not destroy this ferocious demon. However, facing this ancient steel, the ferocious demon was very afraid. He instinctively retreated, not daring to fight against it. The power of the demonic Tao rushed out of the ferocious demon's body, forming boundless demonic clouds. In the demonic clouds, one could vaguely see many terrifying demonic shadows. No matter how ferocious the ferocious demon was, the ancient steel still suppressed it. A large amount of demonic qi was destroyed by the extreme Tao divine power that came from the ancient steel. Without any suspense, the 9 Tao law God chains seemed to pass through the void. They rushed thousands of miles, broke through all the divine powers, and pierced through the ferocious demon's demonic body. Roar! A terrified roar came from the ferocious demon. In the end, he could not escape the suppression of the 9 Tao law God chains. His demonic body was pierced, and then he was pulled to the angry monkey sales pirate list. Endless demonic qi was shaken away, and the true body of the ferocious demon was revealed. It was a middle-aged man with a pale face. He was wearing ragged, almost rotten clothes. The 9 Tao law God chains pierced the middle-aged man's forehead and limbs. For Tao law God chains pierced through the ferocious demon's body. The ferocious demon struggled, but it was all in vain. At this time, the ancient steel emitted billions of divine light and shot up into the sky. Then, it suppressed the ferocious demon that was locked down by the 9 Tao law God chains. Boom! The entire underworld shook violently. The ancient steel suppressed the ferocious demon beneath it. Endless demonic qi surged from the bottom of the ancient steel, and then it was destroyed by the mighty power of the ancient steel. The ancient steel shook. The ferocious demon did not die and was still struggling. He had an indestructible demonic body, so it was difficult to truly kill him. Even an extreme supreme would not be able to do so. The ferocious demon was incomparably powerful. Even saint emperors were defeated by him. But in the end, he was suppressed by an ancient steel. The power of the great path surged. An ancient extreme supreme had bestowed the ancient steel with an indestructible will. An illusory figure appeared from the ancient steel. Although it was only an illusory figure, Gu Fei and He Tian were both shocked. They felt an urge to submit to the figure, as if the supreme ruler of all things had appeared before them. Indestructible Martial Saint Main Text Chapter 15:16. The ferocious demon Ancient Steel Town Ferocious demon is the Liang clan's third young master's indestructible martial saint good? If you haven't finished reading, you can add the indestructible martial saint. Keyboard, enter square root. Keyboard, recommended reading. Sword-wielding and singing legend mage surviving in another world planar gaming arena flourishing China, devouring the galaxy unlimited martial arts innate divine doctor unlimited martial arts dream. If you like the Liang clan's third young master's indestructible martial saint, please add the indestructible martial saint for future reading. If you have any suggestions for the indestructible martial saint, please send a short message to the administrator. Collecting all kinds of fantasy and fantasy novels for you. Providing the indestructible martial saint, Chapter 15:16. The ferocious demon Ancient Steel Town. Chapter 15:09. Date: October 25th. Indestructible martial saint main text Chapter 15:17. Love is Love the Final Battle Indestructible martial saint main text Chapter 15:17. Love is Love the Final Battle Xuanhuan Fantasy Indestructible martial saint. Main text Chapter 15:17. Love is Love the Final Battle returns to the indestructible martial saint main text Chapter 15:17. Love is Love the Final Battle novel name. Indestructible martial saint author. Liang clan's third young master category. Xuanhuan Fantasy Indestructible martial saint. Remember, updated quickly. Gu Fei and He Tian were dumbfounded at the sight of the demon being suppressed by the ancient tablet. This was the means of an extreme Tao supremacy, bestowing an indestructible will upon the ancient tablet. Novel. Although countless years had passed, the ancient tablet could still awaken on its own, displaying its godly might. To Gu Fei and He Tian, The ancient tablet of the legendary era and the supreme martial artist of the legendary era were far too ancient for them to be suppressed by an extreme martial artist. Could it be that the unparalleled fiendish demon that was suppressed was actually an extreme martial artist of the legendary era? Gu Fei and Erebus couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Rumble, the ancient tablet was like a heavenly tablet, peerlessly powerful, towering into the clouds. Endless Tao laws intertwined on its surface, forming a terrifying force to suppress the evil. The ferocious demon struggled beneath the tablet, but in the end, it was completely suppressed by the tablet. It was pulled into the tablet and turned into a fiend god diagram at the bottom of the tablet. This, Gu Fei and He Tian were dumbfounded, for they knew that the ancient tablet was engraved with countless patterns, including flowers, birds, insects, fish, ancient beasts, ancient ancestors of the human race, and so on. It could be said to be all-encompassing, representing everything in the world, including Empress Long and Concubine Bo. At the base of the ancient tablet, demonic energy swirled, forming a demonic realm of hell. A demonic shadow loomed, trying to rush out from the tablet. When the ancient tablet's myriad Tao laws evolved to the extreme, it was as if three worlds appeared on it. At the top of the steel was a celestial land, where immortal kings were patrolling. It was an extreme Tao immortal domain, and below the celestial land was a primordial world of wilderness. In the wilderness, the figures of the ancient natives appeared. They were kneeling in worship of the legendary gods and devils. In the boundless mountains, there were extremely powerful beasts roaring. Novel, Heaven Realm, Earth Realm, Hell? He Tian was shocked. He thought of a legendary item. What appeared on the ancient tablet were only the shadows of three worlds. However, this was enough to shock the people of the world, because it was the legendary three realms. The three realms here were incomparably ancient, and it was the origin of the three realms and six das. The ancient tablet involved a great secret of the world. Even He Tian did not know where it came from. However, he was certain that this ancient tablet was not the legendary gate of reincarnation. This is the legendary monument of three boundaries. He Tian said the name of this mysterious ancient tablet, the monument of three boundaries. In the legends, it could communicate with the three realms and suppress the six das. Such an item had actually appeared here. Someone had placed the monument of three boundaries in the mouth of the Yellow Springs to suppress the most evil place in the world. His disciple, the sect leader, had arrived to read the full text. In the end, the Tao laws on the ancient tablet completely suppressed the hell below. Then, the divine light on the ancient tablet began to converge. The tablet gradually shrunk, turning back into a stone tablet that was about 3 meters tall. Heaven Realm, Earth Realm, Hell. The shadows of the three worlds were hidden on the ancient tablet, turning into the Tao diagram on the ancient tablet. The ancient tablet was completely silent. The extreme Tao's divine might was completely restrained. The terrifying pressure that shocked the 9 heavens and 10 earths disappeared. All the demons in the Yellow Springs heaved a sigh of relief. This is the monument of three boundaries? He Tian stared at the ancient tablet in front of him. His eyes lit up, and his saliva dripped down. This was a supreme divine item in the legends. Legend had it that the monument of three boundaries could communicate with the three realms of heaven, earth, and man. Boss, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take this stone tablet away. He Tian said anxiously. The demons would soon regain their composure if the unparalleled demon lord was suppressed. If the two invincible demon lords made a move, there would be nothing left for them to do. The ancient tablet suppressing the demon had truly shocked Emperor Yu, who was watching from afar. He had his reservations and did not dare to approach. Whoosh! Gu Fei opened up his inner world and stored the ancient tablet inside. Then, he entered the inner world with He Tian and disappeared into the void. Boom! There was a loud sound. Just as Gu Fei and He Tian entered He Tian's territory, a mountain-like demonic palm slammed down from the sky, blasting the place they were just at into a chaotic mess. The servant concubine of the cold-faced lord. Emperor Yu was a demon lord who had experienced great storms. He quickly recovered from his shock and decisively attacked Gu Fei and He Tian. However, it was too late. Roar! Emperor Yu roared. Demonic chi swept through the sky and earth. The powerful demonic might of a saint emperor shocked the world. All the demons in the area were unsettled. Gu Fei and He Tian disappeared and entered the inner world. Even if Emperor Yu was stronger, he could not kill his way into Gu Fei's inner world. This was because Gu Fei's inner world was guarded by the extreme Dao divine weapon. This made Emperor Yu very wary. Rumble. The ancient ship was like an ancient demonic mountain, sailing across the sky. The vast and mighty demonic might it exuded caused the sky to tremble, intimidating all the demons. Ninth Underworld Spring? At this moment, a demonic light flew from the sky and entered the ancient ship. Then, Emperor Yu's cold voice came from the ancient ship. It's time to end things with the Dark Sovereign. The ancient ship quickly disappeared into the dark world. As the unparalleled ferocious demon was suppressed by the ancient tablet, the disaster of the demons was resolved. All the demons heaved a sigh of relief. That ferocious demon was too terrifying and powerful. It was almost impossible to defeat. The hidden demon race powerhouses jumped out from all over the place and entered the love list. However, the 100,000 miles of underworld spring was ravaged by the unparalleled ferocious demon. The news that the Dark Sovereign's body was destroyed by the unparalleled ferocious demon started to spread among the demons. Some people used this to attack the Dark Sovereign. Some demons that were still watching started to rely on Emperor Yu. The Dark Sovereign's body was destroyed and his vitality was injured. It was impossible for him to fight against Emperor Yu. However, another rumor spread among the demons. It was said that the Dark Sovereign's vitality was not greatly injured. When he fought the ferocious demon, it was only a clone that exploded. Emperor Yu then announced that they would attack the 9th Underworld Spring in 3 days. When this news came out, the entire demons were shocked. A large number of demons started to gather in the demon city where Emperor Yu was. A decisive battle was about to happen. However, many demons also gathered in the 9th Underworld Spring where the Dark Sovereign was. Many experts of the demon race were loyal to the Underworld Sovereign. They did not believe that the Underworld Sovereign would lose to that fierce demon. This was just a rumor spread by the Dark Emperor's side. The goal was to weaken the morale of the Underworld Sovereign's side. Only the Dark Sovereign and Emperor Yu, the two Saint Emperors, knew how terrifying the unparalleled ferocious demon was. The 100,000 miles of Yellow Springs surged. The atmosphere was oppressive. The battle was about to happen. All the demons were extremely nervous. A bloodbath was about to happen in the 100,000 miles of Yellow Springs. Indestructible Martial Lord Chapter 1517 Chapter 1517 The Final Battle is the Indestructible Martial Lord written by the Liang clan's third young master. Good? If you haven't finished reading, you can add keyboard, enter square root, keyboard, recommended reading. Sword-wielding song legend mage another world survival record playing game arena flourishing China, swallowing the stars unlimited strong martial arts innate divine doctor unlimited wuxia dream. If you like the Liang family's third young masters, indestructible martial arts revered, please add indestructible martial arts revered for future reading. If you have any suggestions for the indestructible martial arts revered, please send a message to the administrator. The Indestructible Martial Lord, to the Liang clan's third young master. Chapter 1517. The Final Battle is coming. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1510. Date: October 25th. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Main text. Chapter 1518. Chapter 1518. Breakthrough. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Main text. Chapter 1518. Chapter 1518 Breakthrough, Xuanhuan Fantasy, Indestructible Martial Sovereign, Main Text. Chapter 1518. Chapter 1518 Return to Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Main Text. Chapter 1518. Chapter 1518 Breakthrough. Novel name: Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Author: Liang Clan. Third Young Master. Type: Xuanhuan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Remember, updated quickly. The flames of war were about to ignite within 100,000 miles of the Yellow Springs world. Emperor Yu decided to launch a decisive attack on the Dark Sovereign. He wanted to take back the ruling rights of this world and become the owner of this world. White Paper Fan. Rumble. In the demon city where the ghost emperor was, there was a thunderous sound. In the entire demon city, countless demonic patterns appeared. Demonic energy from all directions was drawn and gathered in the demon city. In the sky above the central square of the demon city, there was an ancient ship floating there. At this time, the demonic voice of the great Tao resounded in the demon ship. The ghost emperor was using the supreme demonic technique of the demon way, borrowing the great formation of the demon city to gather endless demonic energy to pass through. He wanted to completely refine the Buddhist power in the ancient ship. Back then, he was exiled by the Dark Sovereign into the endless dark void and met an ancient Buddhist sage. He was captured by the ancient Buddhist sage and sealed in an ancient Buddhist ship. After countless years, the ghost emperor successfully broke through the seal and refined the endless Buddhist power, turning all the corpses of the ancient Buddhist monks on the ship into powerful and terrifying Buddhist corpses. But he was still restrained by the Buddhist power and could not leave the ancient ship. Now, he wanted to use the supreme demonic technique to sever the connection between himself and the ancient ship and completely break free. Then, he would appear in front of all the demons who supported him in his strongest form. The demonic energy from all directions was drawn, and the entire demon city was gradually drowned in demonic energy. The ancient ship floating in the sky above the demon city was madly devouring the gathered demonic energy. This was a demon city that had existed for countless years. It was said that this demon city had existed since the formation of this land. The reason why this ancient demon city could exist and was not devoured by the power of time was because of the countless demonic patterns imprinted on it. Pure. The entire ancient city was a super demonic formation. 48 hours later, a loud noise suddenly came from the ancient city. Then, a demonic figure rushed out from the ancient city. A powerful demonic aura spread out from the figure, shocking everything within 30,000 miles. Haha, I can finally come out. Dark Lord, today is the day you die. The demonic aura was monstrous as the demonic figure uttered words filled with murderous intent. The vast demonic might that emanated from the demonic figure shook the heavens and the earth, causing the void where the demonic figure was to tremble. Cultivators of the city of romantic cultivators, the ghost emperor's voice reverberated in the air. The demons under him quickly gathered. In the distant sky, chariots pulled by demonic beasts charged over. As it turned out, the ghost emperor's people had been waiting for a long time. Once the ghost emperor successfully broke free, they would attack the 9 underworlds spring immediately. The chariots rumbled, the demonic beasts roared, and the war banners fluttered. The emperor gathered all his power. He was determined to fight the underworld sovereign. After today, there would only be one invincible demon sovereign in the 10,000 miles of netherworld spring. Just as the demon's army set off to attack the underworld sovereign, in Gu Fei's inner world, Gu Fei and He Tian were carefully studying the legendary 3-boundary monument. The simple and unadorned ancient tablet stood in a valley. There was no movement on it. After suppressing the peerless demon, the stone tablet had completely quietened down. If the monument had not suppressed the unparalleled ferocious demon, Gu Fei and the others would definitely not have been able to revive the Tao pattern on the monument. However, they had seen the monument evolve into various Tao laws, so they had captured quite a bit of information. This was especially true for Erebus, who had already cultivated the way of formations to an unimaginable level. Thanks to his deduction, they had actually succeeded in reviving a corner of the Tao pattern on the ancient tablet. He Tian gathered the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and poured it into the corner of the Tao pattern. The ancestral dragon-like Tao pattern began to wander, and a primordial aura emanated from the corner of the monument. The corner of the Tao pattern on the monument gradually formed a blurry Tao diagram. Then, at the location of the Tao diagram, the void changed, and a spatial passageway appeared. This was a spatial passageway that led to an unknown place. The most terrifying thing was to encounter it and become an anglerfish. Gu Fei and He Tian were pleasantly surprised. It was said that the 3-boundary monument could connect the heaven, earth, and man realms. It did not seem to be as simple as it seemed. Should we go in? He Tian was eager to try, but he was very careful. They still could not truly control the monument. The spatial passageway was not that stable. If they could enter but not leave, it would be a tragedy. In the end, Gu Fei and He Tian did not enter the spatial passageway that led to an unknown place. But they were still very excited. This three-boundary monument might really be able to connect the three realms. He Tian stopped the spiritual qi that gathered towards the monument. The spatial passageway that the Tao pattern had evolved collapsed and disappeared into the void. The heaven realm, man realm, and hell were the origins of the three realms and six Taos in the legends. In that era of legends, there was no such thing as three realms and six Taos. If the three-boundary monument could really connect the three realms, then it would not be a problem for Gu Fei and He Tian to return to the heaven realm. They could even enter and leave the heaven realm freely. He Tian was very excited. Next, he studied the monument in a frenzy, while Gu Fei entered the mountain and river cauldron. He wanted to raise his cultivation and strength. In front of the underworld's supremacy and the Yu Emperor, he felt that he was inferior to an ant. This feeling made him very unhappy. He wanted to use the mountain and river cauldron to raise his cultivation and strength. In the mountain and river cauldron, there was a void that seemed to have no end. It was almost infinitely vast, and there was primordial chaos qi lingering around. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the void and seriously reviewed the path that he had taken in the Spirit Sword records. He was adjusting his state of mind. After sitting cross-legged for several hours, he started to guide the power of the mountain and river cauldron to temper his body. The primordial chaos qi started to gather towards him. Roar! Gu Fei tried to guide a trace of primordial chaos qi into his body, but it was only for an instant. The primordial chaos qi rushed left and right in his meridians. It made him feel that his martial body was about to explode from this trace of primordial chaos qi. The Tao pattern that he had imprinted on his bone body started to radiate with Tao light. It stopped the deterioration of his martial body. At this moment, there were already more than 10 cracks on his body. The primordial chaos qi is indeed worthy of being called the ancestral qi of the heavens and earth. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. It was just a trace of primordial chaos qi, but it could almost destroy his mighty martial body. However, after refining this primordial chaos qi, Gu Fei obtained many benefits. His physical body became stronger, and his flesh shackle was comparable to a saint weapon. Gu Fei continued to guide the ancestral qi of the heavens and earth to temper his martial body. This was a cruel process. The primordial chaos qi had caused his martial body to explode several times. However, at Gu Fei's level of cultivation, he could still endure this level of physique tempering. Roar! Gu Fei constantly roared. Using primordial chaos qi to temper his martial body was definitely an extremely bold move. One must know that this was the ancestral qi of the heavens and earth. Just a trace of it was enough to collapse a mountain range. As the primordial chaos qi tempered his body, Gu Fei's muscles, bones, and flesh were constantly smelted with a trace of primordial chaos qi. It was a qualitative change. He could feel that the bottleneck of his cultivation was beginning to loosen. Chapter 1511. Date: October 25th. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Main text. Chapter 1519. Chapter 1519. Primordial Chaos. Refined True Body. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Main text. Chapter 1519. Chapter 1519. Primordial Chaos. Refined True Body. Xuanhuan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Main text. Chapter 1519. Chapter 1519. Primordial Chaos. Refined True Body. Returns to Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Main text. Chapter 1519. Chapter 1519. Primordial Chaos. Refined True Body. Novel name: Indestructible Martial. Sovereign author: Liang Clan 3rd Young Master Type. Xuanhuan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Remember, update quickly. Gu Fei's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. At this time, he entered the mountain and river cauldron and drew upon its power to refine his martial body and break through the shackles of cultivation. Mechanical puppet from a different world. Strands of primordial chaos ancestral qi circled around his body. He drew upon the primordial chaos ancestral qi to strengthen his body. Such an action was undoubtedly crazy. If he was not careful, Even a powerful martial body would be torn to shreds by the primordial chaos ancestral chi. One must know that this was the ancestral chi of heaven and earth that was born from the primordial chaos. It was the foundation of the evolution of all things. A strand of ancestral chi was enough to crush a mountain ridge. Gu Fei had only guided a strand of ancestral chi to his body, but his powerful martial body was already on the verge of exploding. Terrifying cracks appeared on his body. Like a perfect porcelain that had been shattered, Gu Fei's powerful martial body glowed with divine light. It was crystal clear as great Tao runes faintly appeared on his body. These were the great Tao runes that he had comprehended himself. After successfully severing one's Tao, a powerful martial artist had already taken a step into the path of enlightenment. They could condense their own unique Tao runes and draw upon the power of the great Tao to strengthen themselves. The divine voice of the great Tao rang out from within Gu Fei's body. Tao runes circled around his body. The cracks on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Vigorous vitality surged through his body. Streams of primordial chaos energy fell from the top of Gu Fei's head, directly pouring into his body through the crown of his head. Popping sounds like beans popping came from within his body. His bones were shattering, his meridians were collapsing, and his organs were turning into meat paste. Chaos Grand Mist essence energy rampaged through his body like destructive lightning, riddling Gu Fei's body with holes. Bright red blood splashed everywhere. Each drop was Gu Fei's blood essence, and each drop contained a huge amount of life essence. Although it splashed out, it immediately flowed back into Gu Fei's body. Pureness. Even Gu Fei's skull cracked. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were all being tempered by the primordial chaos energy. Divine runes of the great Tao faintly appeared within his body, drawing upon the power of the great Tao to protect the demonic bow that his divine soul imprinted on. Gu Fei's immortal Tao primordial spirit had also withdrawn from the immortal Tao sacred body and was sitting cross-legged in Gu Fei's Naiwen palace, accepting the baptism of the primordial chaos chi. In Gu Fei's Dantian, the speed at which the yin and yang energy were converted into the chaotic energy was 10 times faster than usual. The mass of chaotic divine light was already the size of a fist. There seemed to be a world of primordial chaos being born there. In front of the primordial chaos energy, Gu Fei's bones, which were branded with the divine runes of the great Tao, were as fragile as mud. His bones crumbled, but the Tao runes on his bones were indestructible, blooming with dazzling divine light. This was the mark of the great Tao of martial arts. Although Gu Fei did not cultivate his primordial spirit and only cultivated his life, he still needed to comprehend the great Tao and condense his own unique Tao runes. Gu Fei's immortal Tao primordial spirit could only be said to be an unexpected gain. This also allowed Gu Fei to have an extra life compared to ordinary martial artists. The Tao runes emitted the inextinguishable divine light of the great Tao, fixing Gu Fei's body and divine soul in place. His primordial spirit sat cross-legged in his Naiwen palace, like an immortal, also emitting the light of the great Tao. Rumble, gradually, the primordial chaos ancestral chi turned into bolts of primordial lightning, descending from the sky, bombarding Gu Fei. This was a terrifying lightning tribulation formed from ancestral chi. Under the bombardment of this lightning, Gu Fei's flesh was instantly shattered. In the void, the divine runes of the great Tao bloomed with divine light. Although Gu Fei's flesh was shattered, the divine runes of the great Tao did not dissipate. Instead, they became even more resplendent, imprinted in the void, forming a human-shaped landlord. Yes, it was a human figure formed by the divine runes of the great Tao. Gu Fei's spiritual soul and even his primordial spirit were safe and sound under the protection of the human-shaped Tao runes. Gu Fei's spiritual soul was a mass of spiritual divine light, but it was different from the spiritual fire of the undead creatures. Gu Fei's spiritual divine light was like an indestructible divine fire. Under the baptism of the primordial chaos energy, it became more and more vigorous. Within the spiritual divine light, there was a life imprint. This was the life that Gu Fei cultivated. It was integrated into the Tao runes, but it could also come out, merging life and the great Tao together to achieve eternity. This was the supreme method of dual cultivation of body and life on the path of martial arts. When cultivated to the level of great success, it would be the indestructible body of a martial artist. Gu Fei's shattered flesh and bones were surging. They were guided by the mighty power of the Tao runes and slowly reformed. This process was very slow. In the face of the primordial chaos energy, the martial body of a great cultivator was extremely fragile. Only the Tao runes existed forever, protecting the spiritual soul and primordial spirit, so that Gu Fei would not die. But even so, he still had to take a great risk. The primordial chaos energy almost shattered the Tao runes he had comprehended. The Tao runes vibrated, emitting the divine sound of the great Tao, as if a supreme existence was chanting scriptures. Gu Fei's mind was completely immersed in a kind of Tao realm. He was perfecting his Tao. Although there were only 81 Tao runes in the shape of a human, these 81 Tao runes seemed to be all-encompassing. However, Gu Fei still felt that everything in front of him was hazy, and it was difficult for him to grasp anything. He wanted to break through this thin veil and see more clearly, but no matter how hard he tried, he could only feel that it was illusory and difficult to grasp. This made him very uncomfortable. Just a little bit more, just half a step, and he could see more clearly. But it was this half a step that prevented him from reaching that level of a dragon in the official sea. He wanted to roar, but in this state, he couldn't do so. His spiritual divine light violently pulsed, and the human Tao runes showed signs of collapsing. This was a crisis. If Gu Fei couldn't overcome it, he might die here. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron vibrated. This spiritual supreme divine tool seemed to sense that Gu Fei was in danger. An illusion of an ancient cauldron appeared in the void, and then covered the figure formed by the divine pattern of the great Tao below. Seeing that the human Tao runes were about to collapse, they immediately calmed down. The primordial chaos divine lightning no longer fell, and only the divine sound of the great Tao lingered between heaven and earth. Gu Fei's state of mind gradually calmed down. The aura of the mountain and river cauldron pulled him back from the brink of collapse. His flesh and bones were being reconstructed, and the power of yin and yang was transformed into the power of primordial chaos, which was smelted into Gu Fei's spiritual soul. His immortal path primordial spirit floated in the void, and on the primordial spirit's brow, a primordial chaos life mark appeared like a flame. The yin and yang faded away, and the power of primordial chaos condensed. Yin and yang transformed into chaos as he refined his primordial chaos true body. Gu Fei's physical body was being reconstructed at a much faster speed. His divine bones were branded with the marks of the great Tao, and his flesh and blood were refined with endless chaos essence energy. His primordial spirit returned to his mud pill palace, and his divine soul turned into a mark, fusing with the martial body. A brand new martial body was born, sitting quietly in the void, giving off an incomparably powerful feeling. Chapter 15:12. Date: October 25th. The reason why Gu Fei chose to break through in the mountain and river cauldron was because he had considered all sorts of situations. The gods inside the mountain and river cauldron would be able to react when he was in danger. The facts proved that Gu Fei's thinking was correct. When the heart demon attacked, the mountain and river cauldron's power protected Gu Fei and pulled him back from the brink of qi deviation. At this time, Gu Fei had truly undergone a complete rebirth. The yin-yang true power had been tempered by the primordial chaos ancestral qi and transformed into chaotic true power. But chaotic true power was of a higher level than yin-yang true power. The transformed chaotic true power was 1/10,000th of the original yin-yang true power. Gu Fei's yin-yang martial body had transformed into chaotic martial body. Although it was only the most basic chaotic martial body, it was many times stronger than before. The strength of his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh had greatly increased. The complete transformation of his fleshly body allowed his fleshly body to contain even more power. His bones were sparkling and translucent like peerless divine metal. There were Tao patterns faintly appearing on it. The Tao patterns were no longer blurry. They had formed and stabilized. Gu Fei had taken another big step on the path of cultivation. Rumble. His body emitted the sound of wind and thunder. Although the chaotic chi on his body was weak, a strand of chaotic chi circulated in his body. His true power surged like thunder. Gu Fei felt his entire body was filled with power. Rays of chaotic divine light swam on the surface of his body. A powerful aura surged out from his body. There was no lightning tribulation. Gu Fei felt that he had consecutively broken through 2 shackles of cultivation. He had successfully stepped into the almighty 5th heaven. He had accumulated a lot and successfully broken through in one go. There were 9 levels in the almighty realm. Every time he broke through a small realm, the heavens would sense it and send down a lightning tribulation. But there was no lightning tribulation in the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron was worthy of being an invincible saint weapon refined by an extreme Tao sovereign. It could even isolate the lightning tribulation. Gu Fei knew that once he left the mountain and river cauldron, the heavenly tribulation would immediately descend. He needed to adjust his mental state. Although it was only a minor heavenly tribulation, it was still very abnormal. If he was not careful, Gu Fei would still be affected. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless and had to deal with it carefully. There was no sun or moon in the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei didn't know how long he had been in there. Finally, he retracted all the Tao patterns in his body. Then, he let out a long breath and stood up in the void. He stretched his muscles and bones, and his body immediately emitted a series of explosive sounds. Without hesitation, he charged out of the mountain and river cauldron. The heavenly tribulation did not descend. Gu Fei suppressed his cultivation and strength, but he could not maintain this state for long. He had to find a place to undergo the tribulation as soon as possible. An unfathomable power that came from the heaven and earth was acting on his body, causing him to feel extremely oppressed. The true power in his entire body seemed to be boiling. Gu Fei knew that even if he wanted to suppress the power that was about to explode in his body, it would be difficult to do so. At this time, He Tian was studying the ancient monument. However, when Gu Fei charged out of the mountain and river cauldron, He Tian sensed it and charged towards Gu Fei. "Boss, you." Although Gu Fei had intentionally suppressed his cultivation and strength, the aura on his body had changed drastically. It was as though he was facing a volcano that was about to erupt. He Tian could sense that there was an extremely strong power hidden in Gu Fei's body. It shocked him. In just a few short months, Gu Fei's cultivation had already broken through to a level that was comparable to his. What a freak! How did he cultivate? He Tian was incomparably shocked. One must know that the path of martial arts created by the peerless martial ancestor was extremely difficult to cultivate. Some people would not be able to achieve anything even after obtaining the true inheritance and cultivating for their entire lives. The path of martial arts was much more difficult than any other cultivation system. It was a method that relied on strength to prove one's Tao. Gu Fei had cultivated for less than 1,000 years and had already become a martial almighty. This was something that had never happened since the late primordial era. It was an anomaly. What's the situation outside? Gu Fei asked. A few months had passed. He didn't know what had happened in the Yellow Springs world. Had the battle between the Underworld Sovereign and the Ghost Emperor come to an end? Boss, you would have never thought that there would be no demon sovereign in the Yellow Springs world. He Tian laughed sinisterly. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised and overjoyed when he heard that. Didn't that mean that the Yellow Springs world was his? With his 5th heavenly layer cultivation, he was able to fight against those pinnacle almighty or even half-saints. The 5th heavenly layer was a watershed. Almighties who stepped into the 5th heavenly layer had another title, Almighty Emperor. The Emperor among the Almighties. The current Gu Fei was an Almighty Emperor. It turned out that a few months ago, the Ghost Emperor had successfully severed his connection with the ancient ship. He had mobilized millions of demon soldiers to attack the 9 underworld spring where the Underworld Sovereign was. The Ghost Emperor had personally seen the Underworld Sovereign being forced to self-destruct by that peerless demon. The Underworld Sovereign's vitality was greatly injured. It was impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. After losing his demon body, the Underworld Sovereign was undoubtedly at his weakest. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, The Ghost Emperor wanted to kill the Underworld Sovereign in one fell swoop before completely wiping out the faction loyal to the Underworld Sovereign. However, no one expected that when the Ghost Emperor led his army to the 9 Underworld Sovereign, the already extremely weak Underworld Sovereign actually charged out from the 9 Underworld Sovereign. The Underworld Sovereign knew that he wasn't the Ghost Emperor's match. He actually fused with an incomparably evil demon weapon and used the demon weapon to transform into a demon body. He displayed supreme demonic arts to fight against the Ghost Emperor. That battle shook the heavens and earth. It was even more terrifying than the battle between the Ghost Emperor and the Underworld Sovereign 10,000 years ago. It was so huge that the heavens and earth collapsed. The Yellow Springs nearly evaporated. In the end, the two supremes of the demonic Tao were both injured. Although the Underworld Sovereign had fused with the extremely evil demon weapon, he was still defeated by the Ghost Emperor. However, just as all the demons thought that the Ghost Emperor was going to rule the world, the Underworld Sovereign suddenly exploded with an extremely dangerous aura. He actually pulled the Ghost Emperor into the 9 Underworld Spring. After the two supremes of the demonic Tao fell into the 9 Underworld Spring, they never came out again. No one expected such an ending. Did the Ghost Emperor and the Underworld Sovereign perish together? The Ghost Emperor and the Underworld Sovereign disappeared. Hence, other powerful demonic Tao experts began to fight for the ownership of the Yellow Springs. The Yellow Springs inevitably entered a period of chaos. At this time, a few powerful demons rose to control a region. Gradually, they formed an independent situation. Target equals _blank. Chapter 15:13. There was no demon sovereign in the Yellow Springs. The Underworld Sovereign and the Ghost Emperor had actually disappeared. No one dared to enter the 9 Underworld Springs because it was a terrifying demonic cave that was connected to the boundless dark void. Book C Pavilion. Back then, the Underworld Sovereign and the Ghost Emperor had fought for the 100,000 miles of the Yellow Springs void. The Underworld Sovereign defeated the Ghost Emperor and exiled the Ghost Emperor into the depths of the 9 Underworld Springs. The 9 Underworld Springs was connected to the boundless dark void. Moreover, the depths of the 9 Underworld Springs had an incomparably strong suction force that could devour everything that came close. Even the Underworld Sovereign didn't dare to enter it. Some of the old demons in the Yellow Springs naturally knew this secret. Therefore, these old demons knew that the Underworld Sovereign and the Ghost Emperor might not appear again. Those that were exiled into the boundless dark void, no matter how strong they were, would find it hard to return. Over the years, only the Ghost Emperor could return after being exiled into the boundless dark void. No one knew how the Ghost Emperor returned. Actually, even the Ghost Emperor himself probably accidentally returned to the 100,000 miles of the Yellow Springs void. The disappearance of the Underworld Sovereign and the Ghost Emperor caused the 100,000 miles of the Yellow Springs void to fall into chaos. Various powerful demons rose up, and some old demons that had been in seclusion for many years couldn't sit still and jumped out. After several months of fighting, 3 great demon monarchs appeared in the 100,000 miles of the Yellow Springs void. These 3 demon monarchs all had the cultivation and strength of a sage. The 3 demon monarchs formed a tripartite situation. Each demon monarch had gathered countless powerful demons under them. They carved out a territory and became a ruler. Gu Fei found out from He Tian what had happened in the 100,000 miles of the Yellow Springs void in recent months. He never would have thought that it would be such a situation. The Ghost Emperor and the Underworld Sovereign had actually disappeared. At this time, he could no longer suppress the power in his body. He needed to find a place to undergo the tribulation. Otherwise, the tribulation would descend. It wasn't a good thing to undergo the tribulation in one's own inner world. It might even destroy this sacred land. Boss, there are only 3 saint-rank old devils left outside. How about we kill them all? He Tian knew that Gu Fei was about to undergo tribulation, so he came up with this idea. He Tian had already guessed that Gu Fei wanted to find an unlucky fellow and then run to him to undergo tribulation. Very well, let's do that. Gu Fei nodded. As long as he killed the 3 saint-level old devils outside, no one within 100,000 miles of the netherworld would be his match. At that time, He could slowly search for the origin of heaven and earth and the legendary gate of reincarnation. He did not give up searching for these two things. Thus, Gu Fei opened his inner world and walked out. He Tian also followed Gu Fei outside, but he didn't dare to get too close to Gu Fei for fear of attracting his own heavenly tribulation. This was because at this moment, Gu Fei had already been enveloped by a mysterious power of heaven and earth. This power even made He Tian very fearful. This was a power that could ignite a cultivator's body and attract the heavenly tribulation. Anyone who came into contact with this power would be unlucky. Once they came into contact with it, they would bring about the heavenly tribulation. Thus, if there was a cultivator undergoing tribulation, other cultivators would hide far away. The dragon demon was a great demon that died. The dragon corpse was tainted with the netherworld demon power and turned into a great demon. This great demon was one of the 3 great demon monarchs. It had the tyrannical power of a saint-level expert. If the underworld sovereign and the ghost emperor hadn't disappeared, this demon sage wouldn't have jumped out. The disappearance of the ghost emperor and the underworld sovereign gave these demon sages hope of becoming supreme demonic cultivators. On this day, the dragon demon that was cultivating in a demon stream felt a sudden palpitation, as though something was about to happen. Just as the dragon demon was on guard, a figure appeared above the demon stream. Roar! A roar came from the depths of the demon stream. Then, monstrous demon chi surged from the depths of the demon stream, instantly covering the entire sky. It was as though night had suddenly descended. I didn't expect you to still dare to appear. A demon sense came from the depths of the demon stream. A voice rang out in Gu Fei's heart. The dragon demon's powerful aura locked onto Gu Fei. As long as Gu Fei made any strange movements, the dragon demon would immediately attack. The dragon demon had been secretly watching. It knew of the existence of Gu Fei and He Tian. It didn't jump out because it was wary of the ghost emperor and the underworld sovereign. Now that the ghost emperor and the underworld sovereign had disappeared, it could jump out and fight with the other demon sages for the position of supreme demonic cultivator. The supreme demonic cultivator, the master of the 100,000 miles of netherworld domain, controlled the life and death of billions of demons. This kind of supreme status and power was a fatal temptation to every expert of the demonic cultivator, who didn't want to become an invincible supreme ruler of a world. Why wouldn't I dare to appear? Gu Fei smiled. He restrained the power in his body well. The dragon demon didn't know that he was a volcano that could erupt at any time. An ant dares to wander in front of a giant dragon. You really don't know what's good for you. A giant dragon shadow rushed out from the depths of the demon stream. Within the endless demon chi, there was a terrifying saint-level aura. The supreme demonic might made it hard for Gu Fei to breathe. This is the power of a sage. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. The power of a sage was too strong. Even though he had stepped into the 5th heaven of Almighty and became an almighty emperor, he was still as weak as an ant in front of a sage. I want to become stronger, Gu Fei shouted in his heart. As long as he grew into a martial sage, he would be able to go anywhere in the world. Die, ant. The voice of the dragon demon sounded in Gu Fei's heart. Then, a pitch-black dragon claw reached out from the monstrous demon chi and grabbed at Gu Fei. This is the moment I've been waiting for, Gu Fei shouted. Then, he no longer suppressed his aura. An extremely powerful wave of power surged out from his body. Boom! The void where Gu Fei was located trembled violently. The power that rushed out from his body shook the void between heaven and earth, dispersing all the demon chi in the surroundings. The sudden change in the aura of Gu Fei surprised the dragon demon. Could it be that this ant is still struggling on his deathbed? Although the power here was strong, it was still not enough. However, in an instant, the dragon demon felt that something was wrong. The other party was too calm. This kind of expression was definitely not the expression of someone who came to seek death. Boom! Without any warning, a huge lightning suddenly blasted down from the sky. The dazzling lightning tore through the void, bringing with it a terrifying power of destruction. What? The dragon demon was shocked. He felt threatened and instinctively retracted his dragon claw that was aimed at Gu Fei. However, it was already too late. Gu Fei moved and pounced on the devil dragon in the midst of the demonic aura. Rumble. In just an instant, endless lightning fell from heaven and earth. The demon chi above the demon stream was instantly dispelled by the power of lightning. A giant dragon that was thousands of feet long appeared between heaven and earth. This giant dragon emitted an extremely powerful wave of saint-level power. This was a terrifying demon dragon that could contend with a sage. However, this demon dragon that could contend with a sage was now like a bird that was startled by the mere twang of a bow. It quickly rushed down the demon stream, trying to avoid the lightning attack. This demon dragon was also impressive. It had already seen through Gu Fei's action. Gu Fei wanted to pull it along to cross the tribulation together. It was a great demon that was transformed from a dragon corpse. It was especially sensitive to the heavenly tribulation and was most afraid of the power of the heavenly tribulation. However, Gu Fei possessed the world's fastest speed. Even if the demon dragon was a demon saint, it was absolutely impossible to get rid of Gu Fei at such a short distance. Boom! Endless tribulation lightning fell from the sky and instantly engulfed the demon dragon. Roar! The demon dragon roared angrily. Its voice was extremely frightened. The demon chi in its body was suddenly ignited by the power of heaven and earth. This was the power of attracting tribulation. This demon saint's heavenly tribulation was attracted. The tribulation of a saint-level existence was a terrible disaster. The tribulation lightning that fell from the sky suddenly became many times stronger. Roar! You deserve to die. In the tribulation lightning, the demon dragon kept roaring. It rushed towards Gu Fei, trying to kill Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei had already retreated far away. With endless tribulation lightning, Gu Fei rushed to the next place. I am not willing. The demon dragon roared. This was the heavenly tribulation of a saint level. It was attracted by the power of attracting tribulation on Gu Fei's body. The demon dragon's whole body was ignited. It rushed left and right, trying to get rid of the tribulation lightning, but it was all in vain. It used several doppelgangers in succession, but still couldn't cut off the power of the tribulation lightning on its body. Roar! The demonic dragon was in despair. The demonic energy in its body was gradually being obliterated and then dissipated into the void. After struggling for a full 2 hours, the demonic monarch finally died with a grudge. A demon monarch of a generation, his death was truly unjust. And in another region, the place where Black Hell Devil Monarch was cultivating, on top of a mountain, a figure descended from the sky with endless lightning power. A terrifying pressure gushed forth in all directions, causing the entire Devil Mountain to tremble. A devil figure rushed out from the mountain, wanting to escape. However, Gu Fei displayed the world's fastest movement technique and caught up to that demon shadow. Without any suspense, that demon shadow was also pulled along by Gu Fei to undergo tribulation. Good haha. In the distant sky, He Tian couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised when he saw this scene. Another demon monarch was unlucky. With the heavenly tribulation on his body, there was only one outcome: death. Black Hell Devil Monarch's ending was already decided. Gu Fei's heavenly tribulation continued. The power of lightning was tempering his divine soul and body. His divine soul and body absorbed the fragments of the great Tao in the world, strengthening and perfecting his own Tao. Next target, Red Moon Devil Monarch. Gu Fei displayed his fastest movement technique and rushed towards the area where Red Moon Devil Monarch was. He felt that his heavenly tribulation wouldn't last much longer. After all, this was only a minor heavenly tribulation. He wanted to use the power of the heavenly tribulation to kill the 3 demon monarchs. Pulling a demon monarch to undergo tribulation together was something that had never happened in the 100,000 miles of the Yellow Springs world. This was because there was no heavenly tribulation in the Yellow Springs world. However, Gu Fei's body emitted a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. All the demons had no choice but to retreat. They instinctively felt fear. Chapter 15:14. Crimson Moon Devil Monarch was a devil saint that rose from the 100,000 miles of Yellow Springs world. He was incomparably powerful and occupied the largest territory among the three devil monarchs. Countless demons had submitted to this devil saint. Under Crimson Moon Devil Monarch, he had a strong army and was the most promising Devil Dao expert to unify the 100,000 miles of Yellow Springs world. However, today, someone had killed his way to the Crimson Moon Devil Mountain. Endless lightning descended from the sky, shrouding the entire Crimson Moon Devil Mountain. Roar! All the demons on the mountain were alarmed. Lightning bloomed from their bodies as they rushed out. However, those demons that rushed out turned into a pile of ashes under the bombardment of the lightning, dissipating with the wind. How could this be? All the demons on the Crimson Moon Devil Mountain were scared out of their wits. This sudden calamity caused all the demons to be at a loss as to what was going on. All the demons felt the devil energy in their bodies being ignited. Their life force was burning. The terrifying lightning that descended from the sky brought with it an almost irresistible destructive force. There was no heaven's tribulation in the 100,000 miles of Yellow Springs world. All the demons had no idea what was going on. They had no idea how to deal with this crisis. Gu Fei's tribulation energy enveloped the entire Crimson Moon Devil Mountain. He pulled all the demons on the mountain to cross the tribulation together with him. The scene was spectacular to the extreme. The entire Devil Mountain was shrouded by the tribulation lightning. The tribulation lightning connected the sky and the earth, forming a single piece between heaven and earth. The area within a radius of hundreds of miles was shrouded in it. The demons turned into ashes under the tribulation lightning. These demons didn't even know how they died until their bodies and souls were destroyed by the tribulation lightning. Roar! Is the heavens trying to forget me? Some demons struggled in the tribulation lightning. Existences at this level had an incomparable sensitivity to the power of heaven and earth. Some demons could already feel that the power of lightning came from the heavens and earth. As for how this terrifying power of heaven and earth was triggered, no one knew. Who plotted against this devil king? An angry and panicked voice came from the peak of the Crimson Moon Devil Mountain. A blood-colored devil aura stood on the mountain, resisting the endless tribulation lightning alone. At this time, Gu Fei had already escaped far away, but the large area of tribulation lightning was very conspicuous. It was noticed by the Devil King's shadow on the mountain. Then, the shadow soared into the sky and chased after Gu Fei. Rumble. At that moment, streaks of lightning that looked like Dao patterns descended from the sky. The power of the great path of heaven and earth erupted. Endless Dao pattern lightning engulfed the demonic shadow. The sky was filled with lightning. Even the Devil King's moon. Of the Devil King's Devil King was. The Devil King was king, sovereign. King's Devil King's moon was king. Who was, King's demon, Devil King's dragon demon, was King's king. It had to be said that the Red Moon Devil King was much more powerful than the other two Devil Kings. If it were not for Gu Fei's sudden move, he would have probably unified the entire netherworld. Even so, the outcome will be the same. Gu Fei appeared on a mountain peak 1,000 miles away. At this time, his heavenly tribulation had gradually weakened. The heavenly tribulation was about to pass. His body and divine soul had become even stronger under the baptism of the tribulation thunder. His entire body was bursting with endless lightning. He was drawing the heavenly tribulation to temper his body and soul. Only Gu Fei would be so crazy as to take the initiative to draw the power of the heavenly tribulation onto himself. If it was anyone else, they would definitely not dare to let the power of the heavenly tribulation affect them. In just a few breaths, more than half of the demons on the Crimson Moon Demon Mountain had fallen. Under the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation, their bodies and souls were destroyed. However, there were still many powerful demons on the Demon Mountain. They were desperately displaying their Devil Path's magical powers to resist the heavenly tribulation. However, all of this was in vain. One by one, the demonic weapons were shattered under the heavenly tribulation. The devil chi was dispersed. The tribulation thunder exploded from within their bodies, blasting the demons into pieces. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. What kind of hatred do we have? Why are you doing this to us? Some demons discovered Gu Fei, who was 1,000 miles away, and roared at Gu Fei. They were unwilling to die like this. It was not worth it. Demons are the greatest enemies of all living beings in the 6 realms. Gu Fei did not soften his heart. It was the responsibility of a cultivator to eliminate demons and defend the Tao. In the world of cultivation, it was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Many demons soared into the sky along with endless tribulation thunder, pouncing towards Gu Fei, who was 1,000 miles away. However, they were merely putting up a last-ditch struggle. All of them were struck by the tribulation thunder and turned into ashes in mid-air. After being contaminated by the tribulation attracting power on Gu Fei's body, all the demons on the Crimson Moon Demon Mountain passively triggered their own heavenly tribulations without exception. There were no heavenly tribulations within 100,000 miles of the Yellow Springs. These demons triggered their own heavenly tribulations, which was a disaster. One by one, they perished under the heavenly tribulation. Even the strongest devil lord, Crimson Moon, was not spared. However, Crimson Moon Evil Lord was incomparably powerful. He brought along thousands of tribulation thunder and rushed towards Gu Fei. At this time, the tribulation attracting power on Gu Fei's body had already disappeared. Good timing. Gu Fei stretched his body. Immediately, a series of explosive sounds came from his body. A violent aura erupted from his body. After going through the heavenly tribulation just now, his realm had completely stabilized. His cultivation was at the 5th heaven of Almighty Realm. He had already stepped into the realm of Almighty Emperor. He took a step forward and rushed up. He threw a punch, and the whole world shook under his fist, displaying an invincible fist will. At this time, Crimson Moon Evil Lord was already an arrow at the end of its flight. His devil path source was constantly being eroded by the heavenly tribulation, and his realm had fallen from the sacred level. However, even though Crimson Moon Evil Lord's cultivation realm had fallen from the sacred level, he still had the powerful strength of a peak almighty. He wanted to drag Gu Fei to hell with him. Boom! Endless tribulation thunder suddenly appeared. Each tribulation thunder was as huge as a mountain. The void between heaven and earth was torn apart by this destructive power. Gu Fei directly rushed into the tribulation thunder and completely ignored the terrifying tribulation thunder. He attacked Crimson Moon Evil Lord. Under his fist, the tribulation thunder was scattered. Bang! Gu Fei's fist collided with Crimson Moon Evil Lord's fist, which was bursting with thousands of lightning bolts, producing a dull sound. Roar! Crimson Moon Evil Lord roared angrily. On his right fist, demonic blood splattered everywhere. The flesh and blood on his arm exploded from the shock. The powerful force sent Crimson Moon Evil Lord flying. How can this guy be so powerful? Crimson Moon Evil Lord was taken aback. At this time, his entire body was blooming with tribulation thunder. The destructive power brought by the heavenly tribulation had already penetrated his demonic body. His demonic body could collapse at any time. Again, Gu Fei was incomparably powerful. His eyes were as sharp as lightning. He continued to approach Crimson Moon Evil Lord in front of him. Target equals for blank. Chapter 1515. Date: October 27th. Indestructible Martial Saint. Main text. Chapter 1523. Chapter 1523. Return to the Heavenly Realm. Indestructible Martial Saint. Main text. Chapter 1523. Chapter 1523. Return to the Heavenly Realm. Xuanhuan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Saint. Main text. Chapter 1523. Chapter 1523. Return to the Heavenly Realm. Return to the Indestructible Martial Saint. Main text. Chapter 1523. Chapter 1523. Return to the Heavenly Realm. Novel name: Indestructible Martial Saint. Author: Liang Family. Third Young Master Type: Xuanhuan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Saint. Remember, updated quickly. Gu Fei's strength made the Red Moon Evil Lord's heart palpitate. Such a character was not a being from the Yellow Springs world, but a foreign expert, the heart-locking Jade. This person's life aura was vigorous, and his blood and chi soared to the sky. He was incompatible with this part of the world. But at this time, the Red Moon Evil Lord was already on the verge of death. How could he care about anything else? He attacked with all his strength, and blood-colored demonic chi enveloped the area. However, under the heavenly tribulation, the Red Moon Evil Lord's demonic source was rapidly weakening. The demonic chi dissipated, and his body was badly mutilated. Who knew how many bones were broken? Struggle before death. Gu Fei's face was expressionless as he continued to attack. His fists evolved into yin and yang chaos, and chaotic chi surged out from his fists, forcing the Red Moon Evil Lord to retreat again and again. Roar! The Red Moon Evil Lord was so depressed that he vomited blood. The power from heaven and earth was eroding his source, and this power could not be cut off at all. Even his doppelganger was used, but it was still useless. He knew that he would die here today. I came to my daughter's land. Bam! Not only did the Scarlet Moon Evil Master have to resist the heavenly tribulation, but he also had to guard against Gu Fei's attack. Unable to attend to one thing, Gu Fei's punch finally landed on his chest, and it immediately collapsed. Wah! The Red Moon Evil Lord spat out blood and flew backward. Thousands of tribulation lightning fell from the sky, instantly bombarding his body. Demonic blood splattered, and his demonic body fell from the sky like a broken bag. The demonic body of the Evil Lord was incomparably strong, but under the double attack of the heavenly tribulation and Gu Fei, it was almost broken. Die! Gu Fei's aura suddenly increased tenfold, and a terrifying pressure caused the void to tremble. He used the Heaven Ascension secret technique, and his battle prowess instantly increased tenfold. Bam! With just a single punch, thousands of tribulation lightning bolts were dispersed by his fist. The power of his fist was so strong that even the void was collapsing and collapsing. Without any suspense, the Crimson Moon Evil Lord could only let out a roar filled with unwillingness under the bombardment of such power. His demonic body crumbled under Gu Fei's fist. Thousands of tribulation thunderbolts fell down, and the fragments of Red Moon Evil Master's devil body were blasted into ashes by the tribulation thunderbolts. A blood-red light wrapped around a primordial spirit and soared into the sky, trying to escape. However, the power of the heavenly tribulation had already enveloped the demon Venerable. Under the bombardment of the tribulation thunder, the primordial spirit of the Scarlet Moon Demon Venerable was shattered in the void. A demon monarch had died under his own heavenly tribulation. Loneliness filled the entire palace. With the fall of the Red Moon Evil Lord, the heavenly tribulation lost its target. Then, it dissipated between heaven and earth, and the terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth disappeared. On this day, the entire 100,000 miles of Netherworld was in chaos. The three great demon monarchs were dead, and all the demons were terrified. They all felt that a catastrophe was imminent. Gu Fei and He Tian did not care about these demons. After eliminating the threat of the three great demon monarchs, they openly appeared in the 100,000 miles of Netherworld. A demon at the peak of the Almighty jumped out and challenged Gu Fei, but Gu Fei blew up his devil body with a punch and shattered his primordial spirit with a slap. Both his body and soul were directly destroyed. Gu Fei's strength deterred those restless demons, and no one dared to jump out again. Therefore, Gu Fei and the others began to search carefully in the 100,000 miles of Netherworld. Relying on the protection of the Extreme Path sacred weapon, they even went deep into various dangerous places. However, regarding the legendary Gate of Reincarnation, they could not find any clues at all. This puzzled Gu Fei and He Tian. The entire 100,000 miles of Netherworld was nearly turned over by them. Apart from the depths of the Netherworld Spring and the 9th Underworld Spring, which they did not set foot in, they had visited every other place. They even captured an old demon and interrogated him about the Gate of Reincarnation. However, even an old demon that had lived for countless years did not know that there was a Gate of Reincarnation in the 100,000 miles of Netherworld. Could it be a groundless rumor? There is no Gate of Reincarnation in the legends here? He Tian was bewildered. He used the soul-searching technique to directly read the memories of the old demon's primordial spirit. It was impossible for the old demon to hide anything from the north. In that case, there is no need for us to waste any more time here. Gu Fei was a person who was willing to give up. Since it was impossible, it was better to give up. The legendary Gate of Reincarnation was a heaven-defying ancient treasure. Everyone coveted it. Even the extreme path supremes of the primordial era coveted it. How could such an ancient treasure be obtained so easily? However, Gu Fei and the others did not come back empty-handed this time. At the very least, Gu Fei's cultivation had reached the almighty Emperor realm. Moreover, the three-boundary monument was not necessarily inferior to the Gate of Reincarnation. After searching for a few months, Gu Fei and He Tian finally gave up. They decided to leave this place. He Tian seemed to have made quite a bit of progress in his research of the three-boundary monument. In a valley, Gu Fei and He Tian took out the three-boundary monument. Then, He Tian began to use the monument to communicate with the heavenly realm with the support of an enormous amount of spiritual energy. Rumble. About an hour later, the runes above the monument began to appear. A phantom of the heavenly realm appeared above the monument. It was a projection of the heavenly realm on the monument. That is, a vast amount of heaven and earth energy surged out from the heaven realm's illusory image. The illusory image was constantly changing. Suddenly, a series of battle cries came out from the illusory image. Silhouettes soared up into the sky, and then fell down from the sky. This was a battle between gods. Countless immortals were fighting. It seemed like two factions were at war. Moreover, the ones participating in the battle were the high and mighty immortals. The heavenly realm is in chaos. Gu Fei and He Tian were incomparably shocked. The image on the monument appeared on the battlefield. The scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere was incomparably real. Enter. Gu Fei flew up and rushed towards the seemingly illusory world. It was as though he had passed through a layer of water ripples. He only felt a strong gust of wind rushing towards him, and an immortal spirit had attacked him. A black object smashed towards Gu Fei's face. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. He seemed to have really entered another world. He saw an immortal spirit attacking him. He hurriedly dodged. I really entered the heavenly realm? The smell of blood assailed his nostrils. Countless immortals were fighting. Corpses fell from the sky. The blood of immortals dyed the ground red. Occasionally, magic treasures would explode, exploding with resplendent light. Is this actually real? Gu Fei was truly shocked. Could the three-boundary monument really communicate with the three realms? Could the holder of the monument really enter the heavenly realm, earthly realm, and mortal realm? But the one who was even more shocked than Gu Fei was He Tian. He was already dumbfounded. Gu Fei's figure actually disappeared in front of his eyes. He had entered the battlefield. If you haven't finished reading, you can add Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Keyboard, enter square root. Keyboard, recommended reading. Sword-wielding song legend mage another world survival record-playing game arena flourishing China, swallowing the stars unlimited strong martial arts innate divine doctor unlimited wuxia dream. If you like Liang family's third young masters, indestructible martial arts revered, please indestructible martial arts revered, so that you can read it in the future. If you have any suggestions for indestructible martial arts revered, please send a message to the admin. Provide Indestructible Martial Sovereign for your collection of Xuanhuan and fantasy novels. Chapter 1523. Chapter 1523, Return to the Heavenly Realm? Yes. Target equals _blanked. Chapter 1516. The three-boundary monument seemed to be able to communicate with the three realms of heaven, earth, and man. When Gu Fei entered the illusory void above the three-boundary monument, he had actually transmigrated to that battlefield. Ew. I've really returned to the heavenly realm. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. All of this was so real that an immortal spirit was actually attacking him. He instinctively dodged and punched out. He wanted to smash this puny immortal spirit to death with one punch. However, a scene that made Gu Fei's jaw drop happened. There was no violent fist force rushing out of his fist. His fist actually passed through the immortal spirit's body without hurting it at all. Gu Fei's body seemed to have turned into an ethereal state. He seemed to be just a phantom, unable to use his true power. How can this be? In front of the monument, He Tian was also dumbfounded. Gu Fei had not truly entered that side of the world. His body had turned into a phantom. To the immortals fighting on the battlefield, Gu Fei was just an avatar. He had not truly descended. Anyone could refine an avatar, especially for cultivators above the immortal spirit realm. Refining an avatar was not a big deal. What's going on? Gu Fei circulated the chaotic true power in his body. A powerful aura spread out from his body. His ethereal figure actually became clear, as if he could walk out of the void. Rumble. Just at this moment, a war chariot charged over from the distance. Wherever it passed, the immortal spirits of the other party would be slain. At the front of the war chariot were 3 white tigers. Each of the white tigers possessed the strength of an immortal spirit. Of course, these were not the real ancient white tigers. They were just 3 tiger demons with a trace of white tiger blood flowing through their veins. Still, this was enough to shock everyone. 3 white tiger demons pulling a chariot. What kind of concept was this? The newcomer was extremely powerful. The immortal sword in his hand swallowed and spat out dazzling sword light that crisscrossed the heavens and earth. The appearance of such a ferocious person immediately caused the opponent's formation to become somewhat chaotic. What kind of monster are you? Kill. When the general saw Gu Fei, he directly slashed at Gu Fei. The resplendent sword light illuminated the world, even brighter than the sun in the sky. Swoosh. Gu Fei used the omniscient void steps and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he had already appeared above the general's head. Die! He slammed his palm downwards, but the ferocious palm force did not appear. When he displayed his martial arts battle technique, his body, which was about to solidify, dimmed once again. What? Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. At this moment, the general standing on the chariot had already punched out. The domineering fist force directly dispersed Gu Fei's illusory figure. Roar! Gu Fei only felt as if his body had really been blasted apart. His vision darkened. When he could see again, he found himself standing in front of the ancient monument. What the hell is going on? Gu Fei's expression was extremely unsightly. He was extremely depressed. He couldn't even deal with a first-layer almighty and was beaten back. Although the 3 boundaries monument can connect to the 3 realms, it seems to be lacking something. It is difficult to truly pass through the barrier of the 3 realms. Tian pondered for a long time before saying this. The part of the world that appeared on the 3 boundaries monument began to dim and then completely dissipated. It was as if it had never appeared, making it seem very illusory. However, Gu Fei knew that it was a real battlefield in the heaven realm. He could not possibly forget the aura of the heaven realm. Just as Gu Fei came out of the 3 boundary steel, on a battlefield somewhere in the heavenly realm, the general seemed to have sensed something and his expression turned ugly. What kind of divine ability is that? The general was not an ordinary immortal god. He was an almighty immortal. In the heaven realm, he was an existence known as emperor. The people on both sides distanced themselves, not daring to approach the general. Wutian, I'll fight you. A general rushed out from the camp opposite the general. This was a 9-foot-tall general who gave off a strong sense of oppression like a giant god. This general held a pair of bronze maces and rushed towards the general called Wutian in the sky. A wave of demonic aura swept over. Come at me. The general Wutian directly rushed out of the chariot and charged towards the tower-like general. The 2 great experts instantly clashed. At this time, Gu Fei and Tian wanted to leave the Yellow Springs. This place was filled with the demonic power of the Yellow Springs. It was not a good place for them. As for the mouth of the Yellow Springs, Gu Fei and Tian did not dare to barge in. It should be known that even the ancient Buddhist lord could not completely suppress this ominous place. How could they set foot in it? The Yellow Springs had already appeared in myths and legends. It was seen as the source of chaos in the world. Since ancient times, many people with great willpower and divine ability had found it difficult to completely refine it. The ancient Buddhist lord's actions were useless. The mouth of the Yellow Springs was simply difficult to completely suppress. This source of evil in the world was difficult to remove. The ancient Buddhist lord could only seal it here and isolate it from the outside world. The Yellow Springs was actually a world that was sealed by the ancient Buddhist lord. Only the Buddhist faction knew the way to enter and exit this world. How could Gu Fei and He Tian know this secret of the Buddhist faction? However, He Tian's attainments and formations were not just for show. When the Buddhist formation on the altar had been activated and transported them into this world, He Tian had already memorized the formation. As long as they could reverse the formation, they would be able to leave. It had to be said that He Tian was indeed a genius in the Tao of formations. He had only seen it once, but he could memorize such a complicated Buddhist formation. If it were Gu Fei, he definitely would not have had this ability. Even with that being the case, Erebus still used 3 whole days and countless supreme grade divine jades to set up the formation. Afterwards, he began to deduce it. Reversing the formation was not a simple matter. The slightest mistake could cause the formation to go out of control. The consequences would be unthinkable, so He Tian had no choice but to deduce it carefully. In the end, a formation carved completely from supreme grade divine jade appeared before Gu Fei. This was a Buddhist teleportation formation that had already been reversed. Moreover, Buddhist energy was not the only thing that could activate a teleportation formation like this. The teleportation formation that He Tian had laid down could be activated by any power as long as it was powerful enough. Ew. Please share, target equals Mr. Blanked. Chapter 15-17. Date: October 29th. Reverse engineering an array formation required a very high level of attainment in array formations. Erebus' reputation as a grandmaster of array formations was not undeserved. He only used half a month's time to create an array platform. Let's go. Gu Fei stepped onto the formation platform first, followed by He Tian. Then, they began to activate the formation platform. As spiritual qi poured in, the formation patterns on the formation platform began to light up. Buzz. The formation platform shook. After the entire formation platform had absorbed enough spiritual qi, all the formation patterns on the formation platform instantly emitted a dazzling divine light. A ball of divine light rushed out from the formation platform, enveloping Gu Fei and He Tian. Then, the void trembled, and Gu Fei and He Tian were transported out. The moment Gu Fei and He Tian were transported out, the entire formation platform's spiritual qi was sucked dry, and countless supreme grade divine jades turned into dust. In the endless darkness of the void, an ancient stone platform was floating. It was unknown how long this ancient stone platform had been floating in the eternal darkness of the void without any light. The ancient stone platform in the darkness suddenly emitted a wave of fluctuation. Mysterious patterns lit up one after another, and a peaceful Buddhist power spread out in all directions. The faint golden Buddhist light illuminated the surrounding void, causing a little light to appear in the eternal darkness. This light was too weak, and in the infinite darkness of the void, it was almost negligible. However, the Buddhist light gradually grew stronger. Very soon, the entire ancient stone platform appeared in the dark void like a golden sun, dispersing the surrounding darkness. When the Buddhist power emitted from the ancient stone platform reached its strongest state, the void above the stone platform began to ripple, and then it began to collapse. 2 figures appeared from the pitch-black space passage. Swoosh! The dazzling Buddhist light suddenly disappeared, and the ancient stone platform immediately fell silent, as if nothing had happened. However, there were 2 more people on the ancient stone platform. My deduction was not wrong. We really made it out, one of them said. His voice was filled with surprise. However, the other person's expression was extremely solemn. We did get out, but we've entered an even bigger cage. In the endless darkness, there was not a single bit of light, and the surroundings were completely silent. There was no sound at all, giving off a powerful sense of oppression. In the unknown darkness, no one knew what dangers lurked. This was a dark He Tian land created by the Buddhist Lord through the ages. Although Gu Fei and the others had successfully left the Yellow Springs world, just as Gu Fei had said, they had entered an even vaster cage. What should we do? The smile froze on He Tian's face. In this endless dark void, it was hard for them to find a way out. They were originally lost in this void. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He took out the Buddhist lamp he had obtained from the ancient battlefield in the dark void. A dot of Buddhist light lit up in his hand. This Buddhist lamp didn't have much Buddhist energy left. Gu Fei didn't use this Buddhist instrument in the Yellow Springs world. Instead, he had placed it in the divine spring of life to nourish it. At this moment, he had no choice but to use this Buddhist instrument. Under the nourishment of the divine spring of life, the Buddhist lamp had recovered a bit of Buddhist energy. However, this ancient Buddhist lamp was already on the verge of exhaustion. Even if it was placed in the divine spring of life to nourish it, it wouldn't be able to fully recover. "Boss, what are you?" Hei Tian was a little surprised. At this time, Gu Fei took out this Buddhist lamp. Could it be that he wanted to use this ancient Buddhist lamp to illuminate the path ahead? "I'm going to use a secret technique. Protect me." Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the ancient stone platform. The ancient Buddhist lamp floated in front of him, and the golden Buddhist fire the size of a soybean flickered. Hei Tian hurriedly took out the invisible sword and stood behind Gu Fei. Then, divine markings of the great path surged out from Gu Fei's body, and an unfathomable power emanated from his body. In that instant, Hei Tian had the illusion that Gu Fei, who was in front of him, had suddenly disappeared. He could no longer sense Gu Fei's presence. Anti-void secret technique? Merging with the void was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the anti-void secret technique. This was a grand void technique that described the supreme Tao ancestors' understanding of the void. The void of heaven and earth was the most mysterious of all. The supreme Tao ancestor had developed this profound meaning to its pinnacle. Once the anti-void secret technique was used, the world would be thrown into chaos and possessed unfathomable power. Could it be that Boss wants to use this secret technique to divine the world? Hei Tian was incomparably shocked. The void of heaven and earth was the most difficult to divine. One should know that the heavenly Tao was unpredictable. Even the sages of ancient times found it difficult to divine the various mysteries of heaven. At this time, Gu Fei merged with the void. Using the Buddhist lamp as a guide, he used the supreme secret technique of the immortal Tao to sense this part of the world. In the pitch-black void, there seemed to be a power that was being activated. There really is a forbidden technique left behind by the ancient Buddhist lord. Gu Fei sensed it in his heart. After that, he controlled the surrounding void. The aura of his body fused together with the aura of the surrounding void, allowing him to sense the pulsation of the void. With the Buddhist lamp as a guide, Gu Fei successfully sensed the existence of the Buddhist restriction in the dark void. It was like a bright lamp in the darkness, guiding Gu Fei forward. Under Gu Fei's anti-void secret technique, Buddhist runes began to appear in the originally dark void. These were Buddhist Tao runes that were usually hidden in the void, and no one could make them appear. This was a supreme Buddhist energy that could open up a boundless dark void. But now, Gu Fei used the Buddhist lamp as a guide to find these hidden Buddhist Tao runes. The ancient Buddhist lamp also had Buddhist Tao runes. The two came from the same source, and they could sense each other. Success? Hei Tian was both surprised and delighted to see this. He knew that if Gu Fei didn't cultivate the anti-void secret technique, even with the ancient Buddhist lamp, Gu Fei wouldn't have been able to make the Buddhist runes appear in the void. Buddhist energy surged, and a golden path that led into the endless distance appeared in front of Gu Fei. It was like a guiding Buddhist light that led them to the other shore. The ancient Buddha lamp was burning with Buddha energy. Buddha runes appeared on the surface of the lamp. The Buddha light guided Gu Fei's group forward with the ancient stone platform. Very soon, an extremely powerful and terrifying aura surged in front of them. It was an invincible power, as if a supreme being was in deep sleep. Extreme Tao formation? Gu Fei and Hei Tian were both surprised and happy. They had found a way out. They were finally going to leave this endless dark void. RG target equals _blank. Chapter 15:18. The ancient Buddhist lord's methods were simply too shocking. Perhaps only someone at the level of an extreme-grade sovereign would be able to set up such an earth-shattering scheme. Ew. An extreme formation was used to protect an endless dark void, sealing the yellow springs at the end of the void, making it difficult for mortals to enter the demonic domain. Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the anti-void secret technique, to communicate with the void. Using the ancient Buddhist lamp as a guide, he finally found a way out. What should we do? The golden path formed by the golden Buddhist light beneath Gu Fei and He Tian's feet dissipated into the void. The extreme formation was right in front of them, and they were well aware of how terrifying it was. The extreme formation had long since fallen silent, but the aura emitted by the formation was still frightening, as if an extreme supreme level was sleeping. We can only force our way through. Gu Fei pondered for a long time before saying those words. No one could break through the extreme Tao Grand formation, unless an extreme Tao sovereign came personally. Then let's begin. He Tian also knew that this was the best solution. Apart from forcing their way through, there was no other way to break through the extreme formation. One should know that this was a formation set up by an extreme supreme level cultivator. It could be used to fight against an extreme supreme level cultivator, and killing anyone below the supreme level would be effortless. Gu Fei and the others had to be fully prepared before they dared to break through the extreme formation. An ancient cauldron flew out from Gu Fei's body and floated above their heads. Streams of primordial chaos chi poured down to protect them. Clang! With a sword hum, the violet gold divine sword rushed out from Gu Fei's body. A powerful wave of sword aura immediately appeared in the void. Violet gold divine light flowed. This was a supreme sword weapon that could make heaven and earth lose their color. Finally, a tyrannical saber light rushed out from Gu Fei's dantian. The horrifying saber chi spread out in all directions, shaking the heavens. Within the saber light, a broken saber floated. This was a fragment of a peerless, ominous saber. The other fragment of the peerless, ominous saber should still be in the virtual sky world. This time, Gu Fei returned to the human world because he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to reunite the two fragments of the saber. The virtual sky world was something he wanted to explore. Taishian's sect no longer existed, and no one knew if the virtual sky world had been occupied or not. But so what? It was originally Taishian's sect's territory, so Gu Fei could take it back. In the world of cultivation, strength was everything. Gu Fei's current cultivation and strength had already reached the level of a great emperor, but he still found it difficult to make the three extreme saint weapons display their power. It would take a period of time for an extreme saint weapon to display its power. However, Gu Fei thought of a way to instantly activate the extreme saint weapons and display their power. He directly threw the purple gold divine sword into the extreme great array in front of him. Rumble! Almost in an instant, the extreme ancient great array was activated, and a wave of power of the extreme great path spread out in all directions. The void trembled, and the world almost collapsed. It's too powerful. Gu Fei and He Tian stepped on the ancient stone platform and used the mountain and river cauldron to protect themselves, but they still felt a great pressure. Even the mountain and river cauldron could not completely block the power of the extreme great path. Buzz! The sword's cry reached the 9 heavens, and the god in the purple gold divine sword was awakened immediately. It was like a supreme being of the extreme great path appeared between heaven and earth, and the entire extreme great array suddenly boiled. Endless Tao laws rushed out from the great array and sealed the purple gold divine sword, wanting to suppress this extreme saint sword. However, the purple gold divine sword was a sword of the extreme great path, an object with a spirit. How could it be so easily subdued? The god in the holy sword reacted in the most direct way. Buzz! The purple gold divine sword vibrated and turned into a sword light that was tens of thousands of feet long. It broke through heaven and earth and counterattacked the extreme great path array. Countless Tao laws collapsed under the divine sword. This was truly a sword that could destroy all techniques. The extreme great path's sword light was unstoppable, and it was so sharp that it was unbelievable. It actually directly made a hole in the great array. Let's go. When Gu Fei and He Tian saw this, they hurriedly rushed up from the ancient stone platform and used the mountain and river cauldron to protect themselves. They rushed into the extreme great path array and rushed out through the hole that the purple gold divine sword had made. The half of the peerless sword danced around the mountain and river cauldron, blocking all the destructive power that came from all directions. What a pity! After Gu Fei and the others rushed out for 100 miles, they had no choice but to stop. The broken array pattern in front of them had already been repaired, and a wave of extreme great path power lay in front of them, waiting for them to walk right into the trap. Roar! Roars were heard from all around the extreme great path array. Tall figures stood up from within the great array. The extreme great path array had given birth to a spiritual god, and this spiritual god reacted quickly. 9 terrifying figures stood up from different parts of the great array, emitting a despairing aura of extreme great path. It was as if 9 saints of extreme great path had arrived. These were the chaotic divine beings formed by the power of the great path. Although they were not truly invincible divine beings, they were enough to kill any experts that entered the extreme great path array. However, Gu Fei did not waste any time. Before the 9 divine beings could come close, the peerless sword emitted a powerful sword aura and broke the array pattern that had just been repaired. This sword was definitely the strongest extreme great path sacred sword in the world. It was extremely ferocious and overbearing. With just one slash, it broke a corner of the extreme great path array. This was the power of the extreme great path. If Gu Fei could control this power, not to mention a quasi-saint, even a real sage or a great sage would not be able to withstand a single slash from him. Unfortunately, this power was not something that he could control at the moment. This was the extreme great path ancient weapon awakening on its own. The deity within it was controlling this power. However, the deity within the peerless sword was heavily injured. It was not a complete deity. Even so, the power of this half of the sword was enough to threaten the extreme great path ancient formation. Gu Fei and He Tian used the mountain and river cauldron to protect themselves. At this moment, the deity within the mountain and river cauldron was awakened from its slumber by the power of the extreme great path ancient formation. The deity within the mountain and river cauldron was awakened. A terrifying divine might that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths spread out from the ancient cauldron. The primordial chaos ancestral chi swept in all directions, and countless array patterns were destroyed. Gu Fei and He Tian rushed out 100 li in one go. At this time, they could already sense the aura of the outside world. Outside the extreme great path ancient formation, the divine might of the extreme great path surged out. No one could approach within a radius of 10,000 li. All the living beings in the wildlands were trembling. What's going on? Someone is attacking the ancient formation again. All the experts in the wild world were alarmed. They rushed out of their secluded cultivation grounds and looked into the depths of this world. They were shocked to the extreme. See this first part of the world without any advertisement. Please go to Please share. Target =_blank. Chapter 15:19. The old-timers of the wildlands viewed the upheaval as a chance to break the shackles of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the old-timers were disappointed. In the end, the terrifying upheaval of heaven and earth calmed down, and the cataclysm that threatened to destroy heaven and earth didn't occur. No one could break the cage of heaven and earth. After the upheaval, nothing had changed. The only thing that had changed was the rise of the human race. Shin King Hegemon's old affliction was gone, and his cultivation base had returned to its peak. He no longer looked sickly and weak. He was now a quasi-sage, a human quasi-sage. The wildlands tribes could no longer suppress the humans, and the rise of the human race was unstoppable. On the same day that Shun King Hegemon's old affliction was gone, he slaughtered his way into the ghost domain of the wildlands, scaring the Ghost Lord into fleeing. However, Shun King Hegemon caught up to the Ghost Lord and killed him on the spot. Shin King Hegemon didn't hold back. He single-handedly slaughtered the entire ghost tribe. The ghost tribe was exterminated. The fact that one of the 3 strongest tribes in the wildlands, the ghost tribe, had been exterminated sent waves of shock through the wildlands. Everyone in the wildlands was shaken by Shin King Hegemon's display of power. Although the demon folk and beast folk still had powerful experts standing guard, they had long since been beaten into submission by Gu Fei. Both of them had suffered grievous injuries at the hands of Gu Fei. As a result, the demon folk and demon folk were more well-behaved than ever and didn't dare to make a move. Just as the dominating Sky Divine Emperor calmed the chaos in the wildlands, A terrifying aura that shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths emerged from the depths of the wildlands. What's going on? In the Yi clan's restricted minor heaven and earth, Hegemen Shun King Hegemen sat cross-legged on a mountain surrounded by swirling spiritual energy. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Don't tell me. In the next moment, Shun King Hegemen vanished. Rumble. At this moment, Gu Fei and He Tian, under the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, rushed out of the extreme Tao array like a hot knife through butter. Wherever they passed, even the extreme Tao array patterns were destroyed. The combined power of the 3 extreme saint weapons was not something a single extreme saint formation could contend with. Moreover, this time was different from the last time. This time, Gu Fei concentrated his power on a single point. The 3 extreme saint weapons were not separated. Bam! Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in front of the cauldron and threw a punch. The power of the extreme Tao was so strong that the mountain and river cauldron shook. Chaos God. Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. The primal gods formed by the 9 great formations had finally surrounded them. They were existences equivalent to 9 extreme Tao supremes. Roar! A dragon's roar came from the mountain and river cauldron. A dragon shadow rushed out from the cauldron. The extreme Tao dragon chi was vast. This was a powerful dragon soul. This was one of the 4 ancient divine beasts, the azure dragon. Even without a dragon's body, only a dragon soul was left. It was still extremely powerful and could fight against the Chaos God. The Azure Dragon and the Chaos God fought. Heaven and earth were pierced through. This was the clash of extreme Tao energies. The White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise followed closely behind the Azure Dragon. They rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron and charged towards the Chaos God. Under the control of the god within the sword, the violet gold godly sword and the ominous saber converged together. They concentrated their power and struck forward, breaking through the layers of extreme Tao array patterns. The mountain and river cauldron advanced slowly behind the violet gold godly sword and the ominous saber. The arrival of the 9 chaos gods caused Gu Fei and the rest to slow down. Damn it! Gu Fei and He Tian became anxious when they saw this. However, under the attacks of the 3 extreme saint weapons, the extreme saint formation could not stop them. The 9 chaos gods were forced to retreat. Shua! A ray of violet gold sword light shot out from the violet gold divine sword and directly swept away a chaotic god. In front of an extreme Tao sacred weapon, even a chaotic god was not strong enough. Wong! The ominous saber vibrated. Saber chi swept in all directions, forcing the 3 chaos gods to retreat. Its ferocious might caused even the spiritual gods in the formation to feel fear. The extreme saint weapon attacked automatically. It was as if an extreme Tao sovereign was attacking. There was nothing in the world that could stop it, unless it was a true extreme Tao sovereign. The extreme saint formation was fully activated. The destroyed array patterns were constantly being repaired. The terrifying energy of the extreme Tao was all directed towards Gu Fei and the rest. If it was an ordinary person, even a great sage would be ruthless. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary person. He might not be able to use the 3 extreme saint weapons, but the 3 extreme saint weapons could automatically revive under the threat of external forces. The revival of the 3 extreme saint weapons would definitely be an unimaginable disaster in the outside world. However, with the extreme saint formation as a barrier, it did not cause any damage to the outside world. However, at this moment, the disaster that happened half a year ago reappeared. The world changed as if doomsday had arrived. Billions of living beings trembled under the pressure of the extreme saint force. Is that guy not dead yet? In the sky above the Yi clan's ancient human city, Yi Wuji muttered to himself. His feelings for Gu Fei were very complicated. Gu Fei had once defeated him, but he saved his ancestor. It's the aura from half a year ago. Beside Yi Wuji stood a lady. This lady was surrounded by immortal energy. Although she was just standing there, she emitted a powerful aura. This lady was Yi Wu, Yi Wuji's sister. In the past few hundred years, the Yi clan had produced a genius and a pearl. This genius was Yi Wuji, and the pearl was Yi Wu. These two were extremely talented and were geniuses in the world of cultivation. Especially Yi Wu. She had a natural, immortal divine body and was close to the Grand Tao. These two siblings were the hope of the Yi clan. Even Batian Shan King attached great importance to them and wanted to personally teach them. However, the appearance of Gu Fei made Yi Wuji realize that there was always someone better than him. He, Yi Wuji, was not the most heaven-defying. The extreme saint weapons are reviving. Batian Shan King's figure appeared in front of Yi Wuji and his sister. His tone was calm, but his heart was incomparably excited. That person did not fall in that place. This was definitely a miracle. Throughout the years, many peerless geniuses had appeared in the wild world, but they all disappeared in the end. Batian Shan King knew that those peerless geniuses had most likely fallen in that place. But Gu Fei's appearance gave him hope. Finally, someone was going to break the shackles of this world. Ew. Please share, target equals, Unster blanked. Chapter 1520. Now that the heavens had changed, none of the major tribes in the wildlands could sit still. After all, the heavens had changed half a year ago, and countless weaker tribes had been wiped out in the process. Ew. In the depths of the Chaos Dragon Cave, a blurry figure was sitting cross-legged. This figure seemed to have fused with the surrounding void. The shadow of an ancient bird could be vaguely seen on this figure. That person is really not dead. How is this possible? Heavenly Peng opened his eyes. Two rays of golden light pierced through the void, illuminating the dark Chaos Dragon Cave. A powerful aura spread out from his body. Big Brother. A figure appeared in front of Heavenly Peng. This was an ancient demon with the head of a true dragon and the body of a human. This ancient demon was the ancient Qilin demon that had already recovered his physical body. I already know. Heavenly Peng stood up from the ground with a solemn expression. It seems like there will be another upheaval in the wildlands. The Heavenly Peng ancient demon said such words. If that person really returned, the human race would suppress all the other barbaric races to the point where they wouldn't be able to lift their heads. Why isn't that guy dead yet? A roar came from the Beast King mountain of the beast race. The entire mountain shook. The ancient palace of the Beast King at the peak of the mountain emitted a monstrous killing intent. And at this time, although Gu Fei and Erebus had encountered a big problem, they were about to break out of the Extreme Path Grand Formation. As long as the Extreme Path sacred weapon was fully awakened, he could go to any dangerous place in the world. Although the Extreme Tao sacred weapon only emitted a very weak fluctuation, it was enough to shock the billions of living beings in the world. This was especially true for experts who had cultivated to great heights. They were especially sensitive to this feeling. Even the ancient demons of the demon race in the Chaos Dragon Cave and the Beast King in the Beast King Palace could feel a great pressure. They were all half-step sage existences. Heavenly Peng even had one foot in the quasi-sage realm. He was extremely powerful and could faintly compete with the Hegemon Shun King of the human race. The Chaos Dragon Cave was the holy land of the demon race in the desolate world. A true dragon of the extreme Tao had once appeared here, and the Tao runes left behind by a true dragon of the extreme Tao existed here. No one dared to look down on such a place. Even Overlord Shin King, who had recovered his former cultivation, was unwilling to provoke the ancient demons in the Chaos Dragon Cave. The Extreme Tao Beast Imperial Palace at the peak of the Beast Emperor Mountain was also a special place. It was an ancient palace left behind by the Extreme Tao Beast Emperor. It had experienced countless tribulations without being destroyed, existing alongside the world. Within the Extreme Path Beast Imperial Palace, there was the inheritance left behind by the Extreme Path Beast Emperor. It was the supreme symbol of the Beast Clan. Only almighty Beast Emperors could enter and comprehend the Beast Emperor scripture left behind by the Extreme Path Beast Emperor. At this time, the weather in the wilderness had changed. The originally clear sky was now covered with dark clouds, and lightning flashed from time to time. The laws of heaven and earth in this world were disturbed, and the various laws of heaven and earth began to lose their balance. This was definitely not a good thing for this world. When the balance of heaven and earth was lost, all kinds of heaven and earth energy would go berserk and wreak havoc throughout the world. Billions of living beings would be affected, and some of the weaker races would not be able to resist this natural disaster, and would be exterminated. Only the stronger races would be spared. Gu Fei and He Tian did not know that the revival of the extreme Dao sacred weapon would affect the entire wilderness. The extreme Dao sacred might could suppress the heavenly Dao, which was something they had never imagined. However, even if they knew that the revival of the extreme Dao sacred weapon would cause such consequences, they could not care so much. Only with the revival of the extreme Dao sacred weapon could they walk through the extreme Dao grand array. Buzz! The violet gold divine sword vibrated, and from the extreme Dao sacred sword, an invincible sword light that resembled a violet gold divine dragon rushed out, sweeping in all directions. Countless extreme Dao formation runes dissipated under the sword light. This was a supreme sword that could intimidate all the heavens. The God's will in the sword was deliberately controlling the power that was enough to make extreme Dao supremes wary. The extreme Dao sacred weapon was a supreme sacred weapon that gave birth to the God's will. The God's will in the violet gold divine sword was a newborn God's will that was connected to Gu Fei's mind. Normally, the God's will in the violet gold divine sword would be in a deep slumber. If one wanted to awaken it, they would have to pay a huge price. However, at this time, the God's will in the divine sword had awakened on its own. The God's will in the sword listened to Gu Fei's command and opened a path in front. Although it was difficult for Gu Fei to truly control the extreme Dao power after the revival of the violet gold divine sword, he could communicate with the God's will in the sword and cooperate with the divine sword, allowing the divine sword to unleash its greatest power. He was indirectly controlling the extreme Dao sacred weapon. This was also the case for Gu Fei's relationship with the mountain and river cauldron. He could not truly use the power of the mountain and river cauldron, but he could communicate with the awakened God's will in the cauldron and allow the God's will in the cauldron to control the extreme Dao power for his own use. Among the three extreme Dao sacred weapons, only the half of the peerless ominous saber was the most difficult to control. This was because the God's will in the saber was incomplete and could easily lose control. Once the extreme Dao sacred weapon lost control, it would be a disaster with unimaginable consequences. The peerless ominous saber and the mountain and river cauldron exerted force at the same time. Countless beast souls rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron and forcefully broke a corner of the extreme Dao great array. The 9 terrifying figures were forced to retreat. The world seemed to have turned into a chaotic void. Although Gu Fei and He Tian were under the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, they were shocked to the extreme. This is the ultimate power that can destroy heaven and earth. In the face of such power, all kinds of spells and magical powers would be shattered. There was no suspense. Gu Fei and He Tian could already see the light outside. There are only a few kilometers left. He Tian was extremely excited. They were about to break out of this extreme Dao great array. However, at this time, the power of the extreme Dao great array was also operating to the extreme. Roar! Terrifying roars could be heard from within the array. One after another, terrifying figures walked out. The spiritual gods within the array were controlling the extreme Dao great array. The 9 chaotic gods who were forced to retreat by the 3 extreme Dao sacred weapons rushed over from afar. Their auras were monstrous. On every chaotic god's body, there were faint traces of the great Dao. Boom! The most intense confrontation had begun. The extreme Dao saint's aura could not help but leak out from the extreme Dao great array. The area outside the extreme Dao great array began to sink. Rumble. Under the impact of the extreme Dao saint's aura, the entire wasteland continent was shaking, especially the area near the extreme Dao great array. Mountains were collapsing one after another. Terrifying cracks could be seen on the ground. The billions of living beings in the wasteland continent were trembling. It was as though doomsday had arrived. Even those experts who were accomplished in cultivation could feel the impending disaster. This kind of supreme pressure had surpassed everything. No one could resist it. Even the energy of the entire wasteland continent could not. There are signs of the wild world being destroyed. Please go to the front page for a look. Please share, target equals, _blank. Chapter 1521. Please remember, for mobile users, please visit, or Rumble, the heavens and earth trembled as the sun and moon dimmed. Billions of creatures in the wilderness trembled as the divine might of the ultimate path swept across everything, causing the entire continent to show signs of collapse. This chapter has been updated by a netizen. This was the end of the world. The wilderness was a world. If the wilderness collapsed, apart from a few powerful existences, all other creatures would die. Some of the more powerful races in the wilderness had already prepared for the worst. The Chaos Dragon Cave of the Hun rushed out with endless draconic aura, enveloping the entire region. This was a dragon nest where a true dragon of the ultimate path had once appeared. At this time, draconic aura rose and the shadows of dragons circled in the sky. Faint dragon roars could be heard from the void. Compared to the myriad of scenes in the Chaos Dragon Cave of the ultimate path, the ancient palace of the Beast Emperor on top of the Beast Emperor Mountain was much calmer. Only the aura of the Great Path permeated the air and enveloped the mountain. All the primal beasts had already gathered on top of the Beast Emperor Mountain. At this time, several ancient cities of the human race also emitted a powerful aura. In the ancient city where the Yi clan was located, millions of people had already entered the Yi clan's small world. In the ancient city where the Li clan of the primordial ancients was located, not a single person could be seen. The great change of the world this time was different from the one half a year ago. In the previous great change, the divine might of the ultimate path showed no signs of strengthening. This time, however, the divine might of the ultimate path was constantly increasing and was about to reach the limit of the world's endurance. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian were rushing out in a spurt of energy, completely unaware of the serious consequences. Once the divine weapon of the ultimate path left the range of the ultimate path's great formation and appeared in the wilderness with its full power, no one knew what would happen. Boom! Just as the laws of the wilderness were almost completely suppressed by the divine might of the ultimate path from the divine weapon of the ultimate path, a tremor came from the boundless sky. After that, a golden light descended from the sky. An auspicious aura filled every inch of space in the desolate world. This was a powerful Buddhist power. A series of Buddhist chants rang out in the void. It was as if the ancient Buddhist Lord was chanting supreme Buddhist scriptures, and the terrified emotions of the billions of living beings in the world immediately eased. Many creatures prostrated themselves on the ground and prayed to the heavens. Everyone was bathed in the Buddhist light. The peaceful aura of Buddhism and the chanting in the void diluted the destructive aura of the wild world. Nothing like this has ever happened. Has the long-lost Buddha returned? Some of the old-timers in the wildlands were shaken by what they were seeing. They had lived for countless years and knew many of the secrets of this world. The wildlands were nothing more than a cage. The golden Buddhist light illuminated the entire desolate world, dispelling the darkness and dispelling the fear. Within the Buddhist light, the image of a huge Buddha appeared. It was as if the ancient Buddhist Lord had descended. The Buddha's image exuded an aura no weaker than the ultimate path's divine might. Countless golden Buddhist seals condensed in all directions, sealing off the entire wildlands. The ancient Buddhist Lord, Gu Fei, who was in the extreme Tao formation, also sensed the fluctuation of the powerful Buddhist force. He raised his head and immediately sensed the changes in the surroundings. I didn't expect the ancient Buddhist Lord to have such a trick up his sleeve. Mahakala also sensed that something was amiss. Only an extreme grade supreme being could seal a part of the world with his own strength. Even a great sage wouldn't be able to do such a thing. At this time, Gu Fei and the others were about to break out of the great formation. However, Gu Fei suddenly had an idea and stopped. "Boss, what's wrong?" He Tian couldn't help but be startled when he saw Gu Fei stop. They were only a few li away from breaking out of the great formation. So why did Gu Fei stop now? A heavenly phenomenon has descended, and a great Buddha has appeared. I can use this opportunity to break through the world and leave this world. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. Buddhism in the wildlands had long been extinct, and the source of Buddhist power could only be obtained from the outside world. The amount of Buddhist power needed to suppress the wildlands, which was comparable to a large world, was absolutely inestimable. "Boss, you want to?" He Tian immediately guessed what Gu Fei was planning. He couldn't help but be moved. Boss wants to fight against the legendary ancient Buddhist lord? Roar. Just as the Buddhist light illuminated the world, a roar came from a valley filled with energy. Then, a monstrous evil energy rushed out of the valley. As the evil energy enveloped the world, a terrifying silhouette appeared above the valley. The powerful evil energy surged in all directions, like a peerless fiend had come into being. The auspicious Buddhist power naturally restrained the fiend, and the image of the Buddha in the sky made the fiend feel very uneasy. That fiend has come into being again. In the sky above the Yi clan's ancient city, a towering figure emitting a domineering aura turned around and looked in the direction of the fiend's emergence. The image of a Buddha descending from the sky wasn't a holy phenomenon to the wildlands old-timers. It was something left behind by the ancient Buddhist lord. Being trapped in this world, the old-timers didn't have a good impression of Buddhist sections. Swish! Shin King's figure disappeared from the sky above the Yi clan's ancient city. Bang! As the fiend emerged, the image of the Buddha in the sky seemed to have sensed it. It reached out and slapped the fiend down. This evil god was the invincible evil god that even the tyrant Sky Divine Emperor had to retreat from. He had once killed his way to the Beast Clan's Beast Emperor Mountain and forced the Beast Emperor to activate the extreme Tao protective formation of the Beast Emperor Mountain to drive him away. However, in the face of the supreme Buddhist power, this peerless demon god was nothing. The Buddha hand slapped down, slapping the demon god from the sky into the ground. Boom! The earth trembled and dust soared into the sky. Under the illumination of the Buddha's light, the monstrous evil aura dissipated completely in an instant. Even the valley below that was filled with evil aura was erased by the Buddha's hand. Roar! A roar came from the ground. The fiend hadn't been killed, but it had been gravely injured. As soon as it emerged from the ground, it immediately fled. The disparity in strength was too great. Although the fiend was peerless, when faced with the power of the extreme Tao, its fate was sealed. Swoosh! Roar! The peerless demon god raised its head to the sky and roared in rage. After that, it directly attacked the person in front of it. 10 streaks of black chi shot out from its sharp claws, piercing towards that person. You can see or so that I can watch it again next time. A target equals blank. Chapter 1522. The evil god was born. Suppressed by the Buddha's energy, the evil god suffered a heavy blow from the Buddha's shadow in the sky and was on the brink of death. Just as it wanted to escape, it was stopped by someone. At this moment, the peerless evil god could no longer care about anything else. He attacked the person in front of him, as 10 beams of black chi shot out from his sharp claws. The 10 beams of black chi seemed to have a mind of their own. Like venomous snakes, they pierced towards the person in front of them, emitting an evil aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Even though the peerless evil god had already been severely injured by the Buddha's shadow in the sky, it still possessed a powerful combat strength, especially the corpse poison of the peerless evil god. It was even more terrifying. Buzz! A sword cry rang out as a domineering sword beam shot out from the person's hand, instantly dispersing the 10 beams of black chi before slashing towards the peerless evil god. An incomparably powerful sword chi surged out. Clang! That incomparably sharp sword light was extremely fast. In an instant, it chopped down on the peerless evil god's sharp claws, cutting off 3 fingers on his left hand. It's you. The peerless evil god sent out a message, recognizing the person who had arrived. Humph! That person sneered coldly as he walked over from afar. This was a middle-aged man with a huge build, wielding an ancient sword. This person was the nemesis of the evil god, Tyrant Shen King. With the help of Gu Fei, Tyrant Shen King had refined the death chi within his body, and his cultivation base had recovered completely. The pressure of a quasi-sage caused the evil god to be shocked. At this moment, another powerful Buddha's energy descended from the sky, as countless Buddha's 10,000 characters appeared, condensing a boundless amount of energy, sealing the heavens and earth. The gigantic Buddha's shadow that was sitting cross-legged between the heavens and earth was like the god of creation, looking down on all living beings. The peerless evil god roared in anger and turned around to leave. He knew how powerful the evil god was and was unwilling to get entangled with tyrant Shin King because the Buddha's shadow in the sky had already locked onto him. Rumble, that Buddha seal that was sitting cross-legged in the sky, emitting billions of Buddha lights, once again stretched out its Buddha hand, slapping down towards the peerless heretic god. The huge hand covered the entire world, and no matter how fast the peerless heretic god was, he couldn't dodge it. This was a peerless divine ability that could blot out the sky with one hand. Bam! The peerless evil god's indestructible body was shattered by the Buddha's hand, turning into a black mist that dissipated into the world. Even his primordial spirit couldn't escape. The heretic god of this generation had once struck fear into the hearts of all the powerful beings in the wildlands. He was an existence that no one dared to provoke, yet he had been destroyed in just 2 attacks from the Buddha in the sky. One had to know that this was a peerless demon god that had cultivated its own intelligence from the corpse of a supreme existence that could break through to the extreme supremacy realm. A supreme existence that could break through to the extreme Tao sovereign stage. What kind of concept was that? The number 1 existence below the extreme Tao sovereign stage. The corpse of such a person should have been indestructible throughout the ages, but in the face of the power of the extreme Tao, it was incomparably fragile. One had to admit that the trump card left behind by the ancient Buddha Lord was too shocking. Moreover, this kind of method would only appear when the world was about to be destroyed. The Buddha image in the sky was specifically suppressing the powerful existences in this part of the world. That Buddha image didn't attack Tyrant Sky Divine Emperor. The ancient demons in the Chaos Dragon Cave and the ancient beasts on the Beast Emperor Mountain were very afraid of the Buddha in the sky. However, these 2 places had once produced Supreme Being level characters. Even the Buddha in the sky couldn't suppress these 2 places. Tyrant Shan King carefully retreated. Even as a half-step saint, he couldn't see through the existence in the sky. It seemed to be a phantom condensed from Buddhist energy, and it seemed to be another clone. If it really was a clone of the ancient Buddha Lord, then the consequences would be unpredictable. At this time, endless Buddhist energy began to converge towards the center of this part of the world. A huge Buddha descended on the sky above the extreme Tao Grand Array. Rumble. An extreme pressure descended from the sky, merging with the power of the Grand Array. The entire world shook. The Buddha was like a supreme ruler, looking down on the common people. Playing tricks. At the edge of the extreme Tao Grand Array, Gu Fei and He Tian stood under the mountain and river cauldron. Primordial chaos energy descended from the mountain and river cauldron, protecting them. Buzz. The violet gold divine sword emitted a dazzling sword light that soared into the sky, piercing towards the Buddha in the sky. The extreme Tao Grand Array's sword light split the void between heaven and earth. The sword light directly rushed out of the extreme Tao Grand Array, and all the living beings in the wildlands felt a power that made their souls tremble. Buddha is merciful. The Buddha put his palms together and formed a Buddhist seal. The Buddha's name lingered between heaven and earth, spreading to every corner of the wildlands. What? It actually has spiritual intelligence. Is that really a clone of the ancient Buddha Lord? How is this possible? The Buddha image chanted the name of Buddha, shocking everyone. Even Gu Fei was taken aback. The clone of the Millennium Buddha Lord. This person had a very powerful background. Boom. At this moment, the purplish gold sword light that soared into the sky collided with the Buddhist seal formed by the Buddha silhouette, resulting in a loud explosion. The void shattered, and a destructive force swept out in all directions. However, the Buddha figure used the supreme Buddhist Dharma to guide the destructive force into the chaotic void. The 2 extreme Tao Grand Arrays canceled each other out. Neither could suppress the other. The extreme Tao Grand Array and the Buddha in the sky caused Gu Fei and the others to feel an unprecedented pressure. But so what? The clone of the ancient Buddha Lord could not truly suppress the power of the extreme Tao sacred weapon. The mountain and river cauldron exerted force. Countless primordial chaos energy rushed out from the body of the cauldron. This was the ancestral chi of heaven and earth. The countless beasts fused with the ancestral chi. It was as if the ancient Buddha Lord had recovered his peak cultivation and strength. The entire world was filled with killing intent. Roar! A huge azure dragon flew across the sky. With a roar, the world shattered. Even the arm of the chaotic god fighting against the azure dragon was torn off by the azure dragon. The mountain and river cauldron shook the entire world. A supreme divine might spread out, causing the entire world to freeze. It displayed a terrifying might that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Wong! The peerless, ominous saber vibrated. The remaining half of the ominous saber broke through the grand array and slashed towards the Buddha in the sky. It was a simple and direct attack, but it had the power to cause the world to lose its brilliance. Boom! The peerless, ominous saber emitted an extremely tyrannical power. It directly shattered the world and struck the Buddha Lord into the primal chaos. Dash. T. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1523. The Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Chapter 1531. The gates of heaven and earth. The might of the divine weapon was unleashed. The consequences were severe. Even the incarnation of a real Buddha would find it hard to defend against it. The peerless saber shattered the heavens and earth, slamming the silhouette of the Buddha into the chaos. The domineering aura of the heaven and earth permeated the entire space, shocking the heavens. However, the sound of chanting rang out in the wilderness. It was as if thousands of Buddhas were chanting Buddhist mantras. Countless Buddhist, 10,000 symbols materialized in the void, sealing the surroundings. Rumble! The heavens and earth trembled. Rays of Buddhist light descended from the heavens. A powerful Buddhist force pressed down from the heavens, forcing the peerless saber back into the array. The shattered void was rapidly mending itself. The silhouette of the Buddha reappeared between the heavens and earth, as if it was an eternal existence that could not be erased. Extreme Tao! The blurry silhouette of the Buddha muttered. Then, boundless Buddhist light appeared behind the silhouette, turning into Buddhist runes that pressed down. The silhouette of the Buddha wanted to suppress the divine weapon. Such an action was shocking. One should know that the divine weapon was no ordinary divine weapon. It was a supreme divine weapon forged by a supreme being. Buzz! The violet gold divine sword vibrated. The violet gold sword light transformed into the silhouette of a violet gold dragon. It broke through the array and rushed towards the silhouette of the Buddha in the sky. Everywhere the violet gold dragon passed, the void was destroyed. Countless Buddhist runes were destroyed. In the face of such a powerful force, all techniques were useless. This was the power to destroy all techniques with a single sword. The silhouette of the Buddha in the sky was finally moved. The sword light emitted by the violet gold divine sword was too powerful. It could destroy all techniques, and even the Tao runes of the Buddha were destroyed. Whoosh! The dragon formed by the sword light pierced through the body of the silhouette of the Buddha in the sky. It directly pierced through the silhouette of the Buddha, and the silhouette of the Buddha disappeared. Boom! At this moment, 3 Buddhist soldiers appeared in the sky. An ancient lamp emitted a tricolored Buddhist light, illuminating the sky and blocking the sword light emitted by the violet gold divine sword. Clang! The sound of the bell reverberated throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A Buddhist bell appeared in the sky above the extreme Tao Grand Formation, and a terrifying Buddhist sound descended, causing Gu Fei and He Tian's hearts to tremble. Buzz! A Buddhist commandment blade shone brightly as it descended from the sky and slashed at the purple gold divine sword, forcing it back into the formation. How is this possible? When Gu Fei and He Tian saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. The appearance of the 3 Buddhist armaments surprised them. Could it be that the incarnation of the ancient Buddhist Lord did not bring the 3 Buddhist armaments into the heavenly realm? It's not a true supreme Buddhist weapon. He Tian saw the clues. This was not a true Buddha armament, but the power of the 3 great Buddha armaments that had been guided here. It was as if the 3 great Buddha armaments had descended at the same time. So that's how it is. Very good. Gu Fei activated his martial path Heavenly Eye and directly saw through the source. It turned out that the 3 great Buddha armaments were merely condensed from the essence of a Buddhist armament. They were not true Buddhist armaments. But even so, the three great Buddha armaments emitted a supreme Buddhist power. My Buddha is immortal. A Buddhist chant resounded, and the Buddha figure that had been destroyed by the purple gold divine sword once again appeared between the heavens and the earth. Auspicious Buddhist power filled the heavens and earth. An immortal Buddha figure? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Even his martial path heavenly I could not see through this Buddha figure. Could this Buddha figure be an imprint left here by the ancient Buddhist lord? Let's begin, He Tian said. Gu Fei nodded and then sat down cross-legged below the mountain and river cauldron. He opened his inner world and took out an ancient monument. This ancient monument was the legendary Three Boundaries Monument. Rumble. At this moment, under the control of the Buddha figure, the three great Buddha armaments emitted a mighty divine might that pressed down from the sky. The extreme Tao array also began to operate crazily. Roar. 9 terrifying figures roared. They were 9 chaotic gods that possessed the power of the extreme Tao. They activated the power of the array and continuously attacked the mountain and river cauldron. Wong. The mountain and river cauldron shook. After the beast's soul fused with the primordial primal chaos ancestral chi, its power increased tremendously. It was actually able to defend against the attacks of the 9 chaotic gods. Gu Fei did not dare to delay. Together with He Tian, he circulated his Xin Qi and began to pour his Yuan Qi into the ancient monument. Very soon, some of the Tao patterns on the ancient monument lit up. Although it was only a small portion of the Tao patterns, Gu Fei and the rest were elated. No one could completely awaken the Three Boundaries Monument because it was an ancient treasure that was not any weaker than an extreme Tao sacred weapon. As the ancient Tao patterns appeared, the void above the Three Boundaries Monument began to ripple like water. A power that could traverse through the void condensed on the Three Boundaries Monument. At this moment, the violet gold godly sword and peerless ominous saber flew back and stood guard beside the mountain and river cauldron. No matter how the extreme Tao array and the three great Buddha armaments attacked, they could not affect Gu Fei and He Tian. The clash of the extreme Tao energies caused the billions of living beings in the desolate world to feel indescribable fear. Not all living beings knew what was happening. Some old antiques were observing, but none of them could see what was happening in the depths of this world. Not even quasi-saints could do so. The extreme Tao energies could suppress everything. Any technique or sacred art was useless in front of the extreme Tao energies. That person really didn't die? On the Beast Emperor Mountain, a cold voice resounded from the extreme Tao Beast Palace. That's really strange. Within the Primal Chaos Dragon Cave, Ancient Pong and Ancient Qilin muttered. That person, I can't see through him. In the skies above the Yi clan's ancient city, Shun King muttered to himself. He was a quasi-saint, half a step into the sage realm, yet he couldn't see through that person. Ancestor, is that person very strong? 2 people stood behind Shin King, a man and a woman. The man was extraordinarily handsome, while the woman's face was covered by a veil, making it difficult to see her appearance. The one who spoke was the veiled woman. The man and the woman were the rising stars of the Yi clan, Yi Wuji and Yi Wu. Their talent was unquestionable, and they had cultivated to the almighty realm at such a young age. But compared to Gu Fei, the cultivation of these 2 siblings was really not enough. All I can say is that this person is unfathomable. Batian Shun King gazed into the depths of the world. There, divine light shot into the sky, and the extreme Tao energies were vast and mighty. It seemed to have turned into chaos. Even though they were separated by hundreds of thousands of miles, the aura from there was enough to make Batian Shan King's heart palpitate. That was a terrifying power that surpassed everything in the world. Yi Wuji's expression was somewhat unsightly. The stronger Gu Fei was, the more pressure he felt. It seemed that he would never be able to surpass this opponent in this lifetime. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian were activating a small corner of the Three Boundary Steel, and a power that could pass through the Great Barrier of the Void was gathering. A ball of light gradually appeared above the Three Boundary Steel, and on the ball of light, ancient runes were faintly discernible. Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the anti-void secret technique. His entire being became ethereal, as if he was fusing with the void around him. Oomph! As expected, it's the power of the extreme Tao Buddhist armaments that were attracted from the outside world. At this time, Gu Fei could sense even the most minute changes in the void. He could sense the source of the Buddhist power in the sky. It was the Buddhist power of the other world that had been guided into this world. There were 3 supreme Buddhist armaments guarding the other world. Gu Fei even sensed a familiar aura. Go. Since he'd found the location, Gu Fei no longer hesitated. He pointed upward, and the ball of light condensed above the 3-boundary steel shot into the sky. It tore through the void and directly created a passage between the wild world and the other world. If the great Tao imprint left behind by the ancient Buddhist lord hadn't attracted the power of the extreme Tao Buddhist armaments from the outside world, Gu Fei really wouldn't have been able to find the exact location and use the 3-boundary steel's power to break through the barrier between the 2 worlds. What? The Buddhist armaments in the sky seemed to be shocked. The 3-boundary steel had successfully created a spatial passage between the 2 worlds, and the energy of the other world immediately poured into the wildlands. At this moment, the experts in the wildlands immediately sensed it. It's the energy of the outside world. Someone opened the gateway of heaven and earth. The old-timers in the wildlands immediately rushed out, but the power of the extreme Tao made it impossible for anyone to get close. How could this be happening? The old-timers despaired. The gateway of heaven and earth wasn't a place they could get close to, so it was impossible to leave the cage of heaven and earth. Ruumble. In the midst of everyone's despair, an enormous mountain rose up from the ground, the image of an enormous beast dragging a mountain behind it as it strode into the depths of the wildlands. A domineering aura swept out to fill the entire wildlands, causing all living beings to tremble in fear. Even the old-timers had to back up and retreat. Numerous illusory beasts could be seen on the mountain, all of them incredibly powerful ancient beasts. It's the Beast Sovereign Mountain. The extreme Tao Beast Emperor's power was awakening, turning into a peerlessly powerful beast image. It dragged the Beast Emperor Mountain into the depths of this world. The savage beast race was about to leave this world. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't stop Beast Emperor Mountain. They allowed him to enter the spatial channel because they knew that a great battle was about to take place on the other side. This was because the world on the other side of the spatial passage was not a friendly place for foreign races. Just as the Beast Emperor Mountain disappeared into the spatial passageway, another area of the wild world shook violently. A divine cavern spewing out boundless dragon chi broke free from the shackles of the earth and soared into the sky, heading for the spatial passageway. Chaos Dragon Cavern, it's the savage demon race. The group of old-timers immediately charged forward with the intention of entering the Chaos Dragon Lair and leaving together. However, a powerful draconic might surged out from within the Chaos Dragon Lair. The old-timers at the very front were instantly transformed into ash, killed in body and soul. The other antiques immediately stopped what they were doing. Chapter 1524. Date: November 1st. The extreme Tao draconic energy surged through the air, as if 10,000 true dragons were leaping about. It was an extremely rare sight to behold. The vast draconic energy made it difficult for anyone to approach. Even quasi-sages like Batian Shun King couldn't get close to the primal Chaos Dragon Lair. The primal Chaos Dragon Lair pierced through the void, bringing the wildlands demons with it into the spatial passageway and vanishing. The group of old-timers glanced at each other in dismay. None of them dared to approach. After all, just a moment ago, a few old-timers whose cultivation bases were no weaker than theirs had been killed in body and soul. This kind of power was impossible to resist. The Beast Emperor Mountain and the Primal Chaos Dragon Lair left one after the other, shocking everyone. The 2 strongest races of the wildlands had actually left just like that. The other races of the wildlands rejoiced, but some of the old-timers were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They had waited for far too long. This might be their only chance to leave this cage. No one wanted to miss out on such an opportunity. But no matter how vast the extreme Tao might was, no one could get close. Only extreme Tao power could enter the legendary gateway. To the old-timers of the wildlands, the spatial passageway was the only way to leave this cage. The ancient legend had finally appeared. When the gateway appeared, the experts of the wildlands would be able to leave. Some of the old-timers threw their heads back and roared in unwillingness. How could this be? Everyone was unwilling. They had waited for countless years for this result. They couldn't accept that the gateway was right in front of them, but no one could get close. Ancestor, Yiwuji was anxiously speaking to Batian Shunking. The legendary gateway had appeared. This was their chance to leave. They could only wait. Tyrant Divine Emperor said such words. Without the protection of extreme Tao power, anyone who approached the gate of heaven and earth would be directly destroyed. They could only wait. The Yi clan elders were extremely anxious. The Yi clan had been trapped here for countless years. Now that the gateway had appeared, there was nothing they could do. Even a great sage would die if they went up. Batian Shunking was well aware of that kind of power. It was enough to destroy this region of heaven and earth countless times over. The extreme Tao might could wipe out everything. The Yi clan wasn't the only one waiting. The other human powers were waiting as well. In another human city, the Li clan had gathered together. Every race that knows the secret of the celestial gate is waiting. But at this time, Gu Fei and He Tian did not stop. The three boundaries steel soared into the sky and stabilized the spatial passageway. Even an extreme saint might could not destroy it. The three boundaries monument was too mysterious. It possessed the supreme void intent, so all of the energy that was attacking the three boundaries monument was channeled into the void, turning the energy into the void, stabilizing the entire spatial passageway. Under the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei and He Tian soared into the sky. They broke through the extreme Tao Great Array and dispersed the essence chi of the three extreme Tao Buddhist soldiers. The Buddha image in the sky crumbled once again, and a terrifying force swept out in all directions, almost shattering the entire wildlands. It was terrifying to the extreme. Rumble, the three extreme Tao sacred weapons disappeared into the spatial tunnel. The three boundary monument also flew into the depths of the void and disappeared into the void. The terrifying pressure receded like a receding tide, and all of the old-timers charged forward in a frenzy. Unfortunately, the spatial passageway had already closed. Everyone was about to go crazy. This might be their only chance to leave this place. If they missed it, who knew how many more years they would have to wait for? At this time, the void where the three boundaries monument disappeared suddenly shattered. A divine weapon broke through the void and stabbed into the ground. This was a divine sword. It was simple and unadorned, but it emitted a boundless ancient aura. Although it was just a sword, it gave off a pressure that was hard to look up to. Everyone was shocked. This peerless divine weapon actually broke through the void and flew back. No one had expected this to happen. Rumble, the shattered Buddha image once again condensed in the void. Even the extreme Tao force could not truly destroy it. This was an indestructible imprint. With Gu Fei's departure, the greatest threat to this world disappeared. The boundless Buddha light dissipated, and the extreme Tao Great Array also gradually stopped operating. A few unwilling roars came from the Great Array, and then the extreme Tao Great Array calmed down. In the end, the entire world was silent. After a long time, the experts from afar finally dared to approach this region. The heavenly Buddha Tao was a land of supreme bliss created by a Buddhist lord since the ancient times. A peaceful and auspicious aura filled every inch of space here. Buddha light descended from the heavens, and golden lotuses flowed from the ground. Faint chanting of scriptures could be heard in the air. However, when a beam of divine light broke through the void and descended upon this Buddhist land, this peaceful and auspicious land was no longer peaceful. The void shattered, and a muffled sound reverberated through every corner of the heavenly Buddha Tao. A pitch-black, spatial hole appeared in the sky. After that, a wave of extreme Tao divine might gushed out from the shattered void, shaking the heavens and earth, causing all the Buddhists in the heavenly Buddha Tao to tremble in fear. All the living beings in the heavenly Buddha Tao were trembling. A terrifying roar rang out from the depths of the mountains. That place was filled with boundless devil chi. It was a land of devils. To think that there would be such a place in the heavenly Buddha Tao. It was completely incompatible with this paradise. Rumble. At this time, the spatial tunnel started to tremble. The extreme Tao divine aura that gushed out from within grew stronger and stronger. It was as though an extreme Tao divine being was entering this world. What was going on? Could it be that a devil had slaughtered his way into this place? In the depths of the heavenly Buddha Tao, the Buddhists cultivating in the eternal Buddha palace at the peak of Mount Meru were alarmed. 7 to 8 beams of Buddha light rushed out from the eternal Buddha palace. Rumble. Chaotic energy surged, and a huge figure appeared in the spatial tunnel. It was the shadow of a peerless and powerful beast. An extremely ferocious aura swept out from the spatial tunnel. What was that? All the Buddhists who witnessed this scene were stunned. That aura was incomparably powerful, causing their souls to tremble in fear. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1525. A gigantic shadow of a beast appeared. Dragging a huge mountain, it walked out from the other end of the spatial tunnel, emitting a powerful aura that suppressed the entire heavens and earth. Rumble. The powerful energy shook the heavens and earth, causing the entire heavenly Buddha path to tremble. Such an aura startled everyone. Even in a region of the heavenly Buddha path that was shrouded in devil chi, a devilish howl could be heard. Too powerful, this was the power of the extreme Tao. The gigantic shadow of a beast dragging a divine mountain caused everyone who witnessed this scene to be dumbfounded. The shadow of the beast was hazy. It wasn't a true peerless savage beast. However, the aura of the extreme Tao was unmistakable. The shadow of the beast dragging the mountain walked out from the spatial tunnel, causing the entire heavens and earth to tremble. From the depths of the heavenly Buddha path, a Buddhist radiance shot out, stabilizing the entire heavens and earth. Under the surge of this energy, the ancient Buddha palace at the peak of Mount Meru also showed signs of awakening. This isn't the true heavens and earth. Could it be another cage? A cold voice rang out from the Beast King Mountain. At this moment, the shadow of the beast gradually dissipated, leaving the Beast King Mountain hovering in the air. This was a sacred mountain of the extreme Tao, filled with a majestic aura of the great Tao. The ancient beasts on the mountain were all incomparably powerful, causing the hearts of all the Buddhists in the heavenly Buddha path to tremble. This aura, when all the ancient beasts on the Beast Emperor Mountain sensed the boundless Buddhism energy coming from the heavenly Buddha Tao, they were shocked beyond belief. In the desolate world, the Buddhist path had long been extinct. However, there was only one great Tao in this world, and that was the supreme Buddhist Tao. This Tao suppressed all other Taos. In this new heaven and earth, all living beings only worshipped the Buddhist Tao. Boom! A Buddhist weapon was awakening. A boundless Buddhist energy erupted from the peak of Mount Meru. A Buddhist saber exuding an aura of the extreme Tao soared into the sky, slashing towards the Beast King Mountain. The heavenly Buddha path only worshipped the Buddha. All external forces were considered evil and must be eradicated. Roar! An earth-shattering roar rang out from the Beast Emperor Mountain. A peerless, ferocious beast emerged from the ancient palace at the peak of the mountain. Bam! The ferocious beast raised its hand and threw a punch upwards. The ferocious might of the fist drew the energy of the entire Beast Emperor Mountain, displaying its invincible might. The powerful punch directly sent the saber that came down from the sky flying. The vast Buddhist energy from the depths of the heavenly Buddha path clashed with the power of the Beast Emperor of the Beast Emperor Mountain. No one was willing to fight with the power of the Beast Emperor. Kill! The ferocious beasts on Beast Emperor Mountain couldn't hold back any longer. More than a dozen beasts emitting monstrous baleful auras rushed out from Beast Emperor Mountain and charged towards the Buddhist experts outside. A great battle was inevitable. The desolate beast race was incomparably powerful. Those that could be brought out of the desolate world were all the elites of the beast race. In just a short while of teaching, a Buddhist Vedanta was torn to pieces by a divine wolf. The divine wolf devoured the flesh and blood of the Buddhist Vedanta, looking extremely ferocious. Evil creature, you deserve death. With a loud shout, a Buddhist arhat with a demon subduing pestle in his hand rushed over and directly smashed the divine wolf into meat paste with his Vajra pestle. Although Buddhism was particular about compassion, there were also glaring Vajras who could subdue demons and subdue demons. Killing intent was not a good thing. After the Vajra protector killed the divine wolf, he immediately pounced into the beast horde and started a massacre. Bam! A ferocious tiger the size of a small mountain had its head blown off by the golden body Arhat. Both its body and soul were destroyed. It was only one move, and it was dead. Boom! A ferocious black bear was stomped on the top of its head by this Buddhist protector. Its huge head was stomped into its chest cavity, and its huge body fell down, causing the ground to tremble. "I'll fight you." A green Wyrm charged over from afar, directly clashing with the gold-bodied Arhat. It was a powerful ancient beast. Roar! The gold-bodied Arhat's body seemed to be made of metal, and with a single roar, the heavens and earth trembled. This Arhat displayed his might. In the Buddhist sect, the most proficient in battle were the golden Arhats. These were the Buddhist Dharma Arhats. They cultivated the Buddhist sect's great killing techniques. Their duty was to subdue devils and subdue demons for the Buddhist sect. When the two experts clashed, the surrounding savage beasts and Buddhist venerable ones hurriedly dodged. Just as the experts from the Buddhist sect were fighting the savage beasts, another powerful aura that was no weaker than the one from the Beast Emperor Mountain emerged from the spatial passage. What? Something crossed over? This time, all the Buddhist experts were dumbfounded. Who was the one that broke through the barrier between heaven and earth? Where did these fellows come from? The barbarian beast tribes had crossed the boundary, but no one in the Buddhist sect knew where these powerful and vicious beasts came from, or what was their purpose in attacking the heavenly Buddha sect. However, at this moment, a powerful aura that could make even the heavens and earth tremble came from the spatial tunnel. How were they supposed to survive this? Those fellows from the Chaos Dragon Cavern are here. Above the Beast King Mountain, a cold voice came from the extreme Dao Beast Emperor Palace. From the spatial passage, faint dragon roars could be heard, growing louder and louder. Roar! The dragon roars shook the heavens, and numerous dragon shadows appeared in the spatial passage. A mass of chaotic divine light wrapped around a deep hole emerged from the spatial passage. This is 10,000 streams of dragon chi soared, as though there were 10,000 true dragons dancing in the sky. Such a scene shocked everyone. This scene was simply too shocking. The might of the extreme Tao dragon descended from the heavens to the earth, causing the entire heavenly Buddha path to tremble violently. If it wasn't for the extreme Tao Buddhist Lord's power suppressing this space, it would have collapsed long ago. Dang! Just as the Chaos Dragon Cavern descended upon the heavenly Buddha sect, in the depths of the heavenly Buddha sect, a bell rang from the peak of the Buddhist sacred mountain. A surge of Buddhist energy locked onto the Chaos Dragon Cavern. The two extreme Tao energies were mutually restraining each other. The aura of the extreme Tao was being restrained. No one was willing to fight with this kind of power. One had to know, if the power of the extreme Tao was used in a battle, even the heavenly Buddha path might be destroyed. Before figuring out the situation, the Buddhist sects, Beast Monarch Mountain, and Primal Chaos Dragon Cavern didn't want to clash with the other party right from the start. Boom! The Chaotic Dragon Cavern spewed out chaotic dragon chi as it floated high up in the sky. It was not far away from the Beast Emperor Mountain. The two great powers of the desolate land were showing signs of joining forces to fight against Buddhism. On top of Mount Meru, several powerful figures dashed out. Chapter 1526. The Heavenly Buddha Tao sect was in great danger. The Chaos Dragon Cave and Beast Emperor Mountain, these two barbaric forces were not to be trifled with. Especially the desolate beast race. Every single one of them was ferocious and merciless, treating the Buddhist disciples as food, devouring their flesh and bones, devouring their essence, energy, and soul. The great demonic beasts in the Chaos Dragon Cave also made their move, demonic chi towering to the skies as they charged towards the depths of this world, shaking the entire Buddhist sect. All the experts on Mount Meru leaped out, barely managing to block the demonic beast's attack. The heavenly Buddha Tao sect only respected the Buddhist Tao. Compared to the desolate lands, the Buddhist sects here were incomparably flourishing. The legendary Mount Meru, where the Buddhist Lord comprehended the Tao, contained the Buddhist heritage. This was also the reason why, after so many years, some of the great sects had completely declined. Some had even disappeared in the river of time. As for the Buddhist sects, they continued to pass down their heritage. Not only did they not lose their heritage, they even flourished in the future, gaining millions upon millions of believers. The heavenly Buddha Tao sect gathered all the elites of the Buddhist sects in the mortal world. These cultivation geniuses actually managed to withstand the attacks from the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave. One had to admit, the Buddhist sects in the mortal world were truly powerful. However, to the Buddhist sect's despair, not long after the demonic beasts made their move, an aura no weaker than the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave came from the spatial tunnel. Furthermore, it was not just one aura, but two auras comparable to the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave. How could this be? Does the heavens want our Buddhist sects to perish? Many experts who had cultivated for countless years roared. At this time, the Buddhist sects were facing the threat of annihilation, and all the Buddhist disciples felt despair. Shwa. Just as the Buddhist disciples were in despair, an ancient lamp appeared at the peak of Mount Meru, emitting a gentle Buddhist radiance that enveloped the entire Mount Meru. The three Buddhist weapons have all awakened. This is unprecedented, Looks like our Buddhist sect has truly reached a moment of life and death. Buddhist powerhouses more or less knew about the situation of Millennium Buddha Palace. That day, Millennium Buddha Lord's incarnation appeared and brought back three supreme Buddhist weapons. These three supreme Buddhist weapons were stored in the palace on Mount Meru. When the sky-connecting platform opened the passage between the mortal world and the heavenly realm, the Buddhist Lord's incarnation didn't take the three supreme Buddhist weapons away. Instead, he left them here to suppress the heavenly Buddha Tao. Rumble. It was as if an ancient mountain was moving. Two powerful auras surged out from the spatial passageway, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing all living beings to tremble. Very soon, an ancient cauldron appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, everyone had stopped fighting and were no longer fighting. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Fei and He Tian's figures appeared in front of everyone. Extreme godly might surrounded them. After charging out of the spatial passageway, the power of the cauldron of mountain and river and the peerless ominous blade was quickly withdrawn. It's the aura of the supreme Buddhist weapons. Gu Fei had once possessed the three supreme Buddhist armaments, so he was naturally familiar with their auras. However, the three supreme Buddhist armaments had already been refined by the Millennium Buddha Lord's clone and were no longer under Gu Fei's control. When Gu Fei and He Tian saw the scene in front of them, they were shocked even though they were mentally prepared. Go. Gu Fei quickly came back to his senses. Then, he pulled my Tian with him and used the cauldron of mountain and river to protect himself. Then, he used the ominous saber to open a path in front of him and charged into the distance. With the peerless ominous blade opening the way, no one dared to stop them. Just as Gu Fei and He Tian left the spatial passageway became unstable. When an ancient tablet flew out from the passageway, the entire spatial passageway between the two worlds collapsed. The ancient tablet, which had the power to communicate with the void, flew back to Gu Fei. After putting away the ancient tablet, Gu Fei and He Tian no longer had any scruples. They used their maximum speed and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. No one tried to stop them. The Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaotic Dragon Cave had suffered at the hands of Gu Fei before. Who would dare to provoke this malefic star? Although the Buddhist experts wanted to stop them, the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaotic Dragon Cave were eyeing them. They couldn't afford to be distracted by Gu Fei's group. They really started fighting. Gu Fei and He Tian came to a deep mountain and settled down in a valley. The development of the situation was similar to what Gu Fei had predicted. This way, we can proceed with the next step of the plan, He Tian said. Although Gu Fei and He Tian had left the wildlands, there were still humans in the wildlands. They hadn't forgotten about the humans in the wildlands. Gu Fei and the others had left the purple gold divine sword in the wild world for a reason. The violet gold divine sword was reforged by Gu Fei in the past. The god within the sword had a subtle connection with Gu Fei. Gu Fei could use the Three Boundaries Monument to find the location of the violet gold divine sword in the heavenly Buddha path and connect the two worlds. Let's begin, He Tian said as he began to carve array patterns around the valley. His cultivation base had increased greatly. All kinds of methods that he couldn't use in the past could now be easily realized. He directly imprinted the array patterns into the ground, communicating with the essence of the earth, changing the general direction of the region, concealing the entire valley and concealing the nearby heaven's secrets. Even if an expert were to calculate their location, they would not be able to locate them. After all of this was done, Gu Fei and He Tian took out the Three Boundaries Monument and activated their arcane arts, awakening the Tao patterns on the monument and connecting with the Tin Heaven and Earth Das. By this time, all the phenomena in the wildlands had disappeared. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one had expected such an ending. The gateway of heaven and earth had appeared, but they didn't have the qualifications to enter. Some of the old-timers began to wail. After waiting for so many years, this was the result. No one could accept it. Old ancestor. In the Yi clan's ancient city, the higher-ups of the Yi clan were looking at Shun King. In the Yi clan, Shun King's seniority was the highest and his cultivation was the highest. Don't worry. Shun King was as calm as ever, as if he wasn't worried about the disappearance of the gateway of heaven and earth. How could he not be? Everyone in the Yi clan was anxious. The legendary gateway of heaven and earth had appeared, but they didn't have the chance to enter. The beasts and demonic beasts of the wildlands had all left. Only the humans were still trapped in the heaven and earth cage. Just as everyone was in despair, rays of divine light appeared on the ancient divine sword that was stabbed into the ground, as if some sort of power was summoning this divine sword. Dash. T. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1527. Buzz. The purple gold divine sword on the ground began to vibrate. Rays of sword chi were emitted from the sword, and a chilling aura swept across the area. The extreme Tao holy sword broke through the void and shot out from the void. Many people saw that scene, but no one dared to go up and collect the holy sword. This supreme sacred weapon had already nurtured a god. Even if a supreme sage were to come personally, he would have to expend a lot of effort to subdue it. At this moment, the supreme sacred sword began to show signs of awakening. This shocked all the experts in the wildlands. It seemed like someone was summoning the sacred sword. Swoosh! The moment the purple gold divine sword appeared, Overlord Shen King, who was sitting on his throne in the Yi clan's ancient city, suddenly opened his eyes. Two rays of divine light shot out from his eyes. The entire void suddenly lit up, and all the higher-ups of the Yi clan couldn't open their eyes. The two rays of divine light flashed, and Overlord Shun King stood up abruptly. All right, let's go. The Yi clan had already made all the preparations to leave the wildlands. However, they had already missed the gate of heaven and earth. This time, they wouldn't miss it. The upper echelons of the Yi clan immediately sprang into action, activating the formations in the city, and an ancient aura emanated from the city. This ancient city had existed for an unknown period of time. Perhaps it was built by the first generation of the Yi clan's ancestors, but today, it had been refined into something like a magic treasure. Rumble. The ancient city shook and slowly rose into the sky. The entire area was in chaos. The experts of the Yi clan stood in every corner of the city. Everyone worked together to move the entire ancient city. The Yi clan's ancient city rose into the sky and moved in the direction of the purple gold divine sword. All the old antiques knew that the purple gold divine sword was acting strangely, because they had been staring at the sword all the time. Although an ultimate saint weapon would make people envious, an ultimate saint weapon with an owner was a terrifying killing weapon to those who dared to lay their hands on a saint weapon. The Yi clan seems to be making a big move. What is the Yi family doing? The commotion caused by the Yi family was too great, and it was impossible for it not to attract the attention of others. An ancient city was moving in the sky, millions and millions of formation patterns lingering around it. Everywhere it passed, heaven and earth trembled. Buzz! A sword hum shook the 9 heavens. The purple gold divine sword that was buried in the ground suddenly shot up into the sky. Then, it stopped in the sky, and the dazzling sword light flashed. The void around the purple gold divine sword rippled. The sword light that rushed out from the divine sword cut through the void. A ripple crossed the boundary and ancient runes appeared in the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Someone was crossing realms to summon this supreme sacred sword. Moreover, this wasn't a simple summon. Someone wanted to connect the 2 realms. The Yi clan's ancient city is heading in that direction. Someone immediately made the connection. Then, the already despairing antiques were stirred once more. Someone was going to use force to make the door of heaven and earth reappear. This time, there was no threat of the supreme sacred power. If the door of heaven and earth reappeared, then anyone could leave this wild world. Thinking of this, everyone was so excited that they almost fainted. Rumble! The sword light emitted by the purple gold divine sword became stronger and stronger. Ancient runes appeared around the purple gold divine sword, and the void rippled like water. Someone realized that the ancient runes were guiding the power of the purple gold divine sword. Rays of sword light entered the trembling void. This was the sword light emitted by the supreme sacred sword. Every ray of sword light was enough to destroy a mountain. The power of the purple gold divine sword didn't leak out. It was all guided into the void. In next to no time, the rippling space began to collapse, and then a pitch-black spatial passageway gradually formed. A strand of energy from the outside world surged into the wildlands. It really is the door of heaven and earth. This time, all the experts in the wild world were extremely excited. The legendary door of heaven and earth that could connect the 2 realms had appeared again. Swoosh! Silhouettes flickered. Some old antiques couldn't wait any longer. They turned into a beam of divine light and charged into the opening spatial passage in the sky. Without any mishaps, that old antique safely entered the legendary door of heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, no one could sit still. Silhouettes flickered continuously as the old antiques rushed over and entered the spatial passage in the sky. This was the only way to leave the wild world. The news spread quickly. All the powerful races in the wild world received the news. The door of heaven and earth reopened. Any cultivator who cultivated to the point of being able to fly could enter and leave this place. However, not all the races knew that the wild world was actually a cage of heaven and earth. Some of the races that knew of this secret began to take action. Rumble! The second human ancient city rose into the sky. Billions of runes appeared on its surface. This was the ancient city of the Li family in the wild world. It was also an ancient city with an incomparably long history. The city walls were riddled with scars left behind by blades, spears, swords, and halberds. They had weathered countless storms, but they still stood tall. At this time, the city was uprooted and flying into the sky. There were also many experts of the Yi clan standing in various places in the city. Divine light soared into the sky, and the entire ancient city emitted an extremely powerful ripple. With the departure of the primal chaos dragon cave and the beast emperor mountain, there was no one left in the wild world capable of contending with the humans. Wherever the ancient city passed, the other races retreated. If it weren't for that heaven-dominating Shun King's message, we wouldn't have been so lucky. The Yi family patriarch stood atop the city walls, looking in the direction of the violet gold god's word. The Yi family has produced heaven-dominating Shen King, and now they have Yi Wuji. They're going to rise to prominence. An old man with white hair and a beard stood behind the patriarch. Next to the old man stood a youth with an ancient sword on his back. This youth was the human cultivator that Yi Wuji had invited to make things difficult for Gu Fei. Qingyi, you have to work hard. Don't let the Yi family completely suppress our Li family. Yes, Qingyi will do her best. The youth with the sword on his back replied. Li Qingyi was a name that had always been mentioned alongside Yi Wuji. The Yi family had produced a pair of genius siblings, while the Li family had produced a genius. Among the younger generation of the Li family, only Li Qingyi was as famous as Yi Wuji. Target equals for blank. Chapter 1528. Rumble. The human race's ancient city soared through the skies of the wildlands. Many of the foreign races that had good relations with the humans soared into the skies and joined the humans. This was probably the last time the gate of heaven and earth would appear. Some people had already thought of something. This extreme Tao sacred sword was purposely left behind by those people. Since they had already missed the first opportunity, no cultivator would be willing to miss the second one. Buzz. The extreme Tao sacred sword hovered high up in the sky, constantly emitting powerful sword chi. The sword chi was guided by the spatial passage, causing the void to tremble. The Buddhist energy did not appear, causing the experts in the wildlands to heave a sigh of relief. Previously, it was the Buddhist energy that resisted the extreme Tao sacred sword, causing everyone to be unable to approach the gate of heaven and earth. People continued to rush in from all directions, entering the gate of heaven and earth, disappearing into the spatial passage. At this time, on the other side of the spatial passage, a great battle was taking place. The entire heavens and earth shook as the extreme Tao sacred sword clashed. No one wanted to fight with the extreme Tao sacred sword. Once the extreme Tao sacred sword was used, even though this heaven and earth was created by the Buddhist sovereign, it would still be destroyed. The heavenly Buddha Tao was a Buddhist heritage in the mortal world. If it was destroyed, it was equivalent to the end of the Buddhist heritage in the mortal world. The Buddhists would not be able to bear such a loss. Dang! A melodious bell sound rang out from the peak of Mount Meru, spreading throughout the entire heavenly Buddha Tao sacred sword. This was the Buddhist chant bell displaying its divine might. The sound of the bell could shake one's spirit, awakening those who had fallen into a state of frenzy. Buzz. A jade-green Buddhist commandment blade hovered at the peak of Mount Meru, emitting a terrifying saber chi that shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This was the extreme Tao sacred sword, the green jade commandment blade. At the peak of Mount Meru, there was also a Buddhist lamp that emitted boundless Buddhist radiance, illuminating the entire heavenly Buddha Tao sacred sword. The 3 extreme Tao sacred weapons clashed against the Beast Sovereign Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern, causing the Beast Sovereign Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern to not dare to act rashly. The Beast Emperor Mountain and the Primal Chaos Dragon Cave were also very apprehensive towards the Buddhist sections. The appearance of the 3 great Buddhist weapons made them feel uneasy. How could the Buddhist sects here be so powerful? In the wildlands, the Buddhist sect had long been extinct, but in the heavenly Buddhist Tao, the billions of living beings only respected the Buddhist Tao, not the foreign sections. The Buddhist Tao was the only one here. There was no point in comparing the two. Both sides had their misgivings. The greater demons and ferocious beasts fought amongst the Buddhist experts. This was a storm that came from the desolate wilderness. Every greater demon possessed incomparably powerful combat strength. The great demons and ferocious beasts from the untainted world were all battle-hardened and had rich combat experience. They were beyond the imagination of the great virtues of the heavenly Buddha sect. Roar. With a roar, the green Wyrm that was fighting with the gold-bodied Luohan swung its tail, sending the gold-bodied Luohan flying, as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Had it not been for the Buddhist's Vajra indestructible body mysterious art, the golden-bodied Arhat's body and soul would have been destroyed by the flood dragon's attack. Kill. The gold-bodied Luohan was incomparably valiant, his golden blood surging to the skies. Wielding the Vajra, he charged over from afar, emitting a saint-grade aura. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, this saint weapon of the Buddhist sect began to awaken. On the Vajra, numerous Buddhist runes appeared, as though a Buddhist saint was awakening. Pung! The powerful flood dragon was directly sent flying by the gold-bodied Vajra, suffering a heavy injury. His entire body was torn apart, almost on the verge of exploding. The physiques of greater demons and ferocious beasts were much stronger than humans. This was an innate advantage. Since the flood dragon's cultivation was successful, his physique was strong. Although he suffered a heavy injury, he did not die. Saint weapon? The flood dragon stared at the Vajra in the hands of the gold-bodied Arhat, shocked. This human's weapon was actually a saint weapon. How was he going to fight this? The gold-bodied Luohan did not hesitate to expend his essence energy to activate this saint weapon. In fact, it was not easy for him. Even if he could defeat the flood dragon, his vitality would be greatly damaged. Shwa. The flood dragon immediately retreated. He was not a match for the other party with a saint weapon. The gold-bodied Arhat rushed forward with the saint weapon in his hand. More and more greater demons were hit by the Vajra, directly exploding into a cloud of blood mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. Oomph! A cold laugh came from the top of the Beast King mountain. After that, a violent aura erupted from the peak of the mountain, and the shadow of a beast soared into the sky, pouncing down from the Beast King mountain. Boom! An ancient beast wielding a white bone clashed head-on with the gold-bodied Arhat. The power of a saint was overwhelming, and the void around them was collapsing. The gold-bodied Arhat with the Vajra was blocked. A saint bone? The gold-bodied Arhat was shocked to the extreme. The other party actually used a bone to block his attack. It seemed to be a large bone, and there were many divine runes of the great Tao imprinted on it. The saint bone was in the hands of a divine ape covered in golden hair. The divine ape's golden fiery eyes were staring at the gold-bodied Arhat. The beast race and the demon race joined forces, and the flood dragon was defeated, but the divine ape came out from the Beast King mountain. If Gu Fei was here, he would be indescribably shocked to see this divine ape, because this divine ape emitted the power of metal essence and looked exactly the same as the golden spiritual ape Yuan Hong. The golden spiritual ape clan in the heaven realm had once produced an extreme supremacy. Although there were not many members in the clan, every one of them was a great expert. Especially Yuan Hong, he was the son of a supremacy, and the blood of a supremacy flowed in his veins. The strength of his bloodline was unparalleled. However, this divine ape was definitely not Yuan Hong. Perhaps this divine ape had the bloodline of the golden spiritual ape clan, and had cultivated a metal divine ability. Kill. The gold-bodied Arhat's fighting spirit was unparalleled. The Vajra in his hand emitted a resplendent Buddhist light, and numerous 10,000 Buddhist seals circled around the Vajra. Bang! The golden Buddhist light directly pierced through the void and slashed towards the golden divine ape. This was the power of a saint, and it was enough to change anyone's expression. The golden divine ape roared angrily, and his body flickered with golden light, as if he had turned into a golden sun. He waved the divine bone in his hand and smashed it forward. All the experts who were fighting nearby turned pale with fright and tacitly retreated far away. This was a battle between saints. Anyone who touched it would be smashed to pieces. The Vajra emitted a saint aura, and the surrounding experts vomited blood as they retreated. Only the golden divine ape remained fearless. Boom! The Vajra and the divine bone collided again, and an earth-shattering sound erupted. The power of saints directly shattered the void, and a black hole was blasted between the two experts. Dash. T. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1529. Indestructible Martial Saint. Chapter 1537. The Crisis of Mount Meru. The Buddhist Vajra used his sacred weapon. It was invincible, but a metal element ferocious beast rushed out from the Beast King mountain, wielding a sacred bone, and clashed with the Vajra Arhat. The sacred bone in the golden godly ape's hand was definitely the bone of a fallen sacred-level existence. The bone was branded with the divine runes of the great Tao, and it contained sacred energy which could contend with a sacred weapon. Boom! The sacred bone and the Vajra collided again, and the void instantly shattered. Chaotic chi burst out, and the golden godly ape and the golden Arhat were both sent flying. Rumble! The ground was shaking, and under the impact of the sacred-level power, the ground undulated like a water wave, and deep cracks appeared on the ground. This was a battle of equal strength, and both experts had sacred weapons in their hands, so it was difficult for them to completely suppress each other. Although the golden godly ape had the cultivation of a mighty existence, it did not transform into a human, but fought in its most primitive form, and cultivated the supreme beast Tao. Just as the beast race and the demon race joined hands to attack the Buddhist sect, in the depths of a mountain 10,000 li away, Gu Fei and He Tian used all their strength to control the three-boundary monument, and with the help of the violet gold godly sword, they communicated with the wild world and opened up a space tunnel between the two worlds. Boss, should we move the exit of the space tunnel to Mount Meru? He Tian said with a smirk. He did not have a good impression of those Baldies. Not a bad idea. Gu Fei heard this. If they moved the space tunnel near Mount Meru, the Buddhist sect would be in big trouble. With this thought in mind, Gu Fei and Mai Tian immediately joined forces and shot out the Three Boundaries Monument. The Three Boundaries Monument immediately turned into a ray of divine light and rushed out of the mountain. The Three Boundary Monument traveled 100,000 li, and like a meteorite, it fell from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, a stone monument fell from the sky and landed on a small mountain only a few hundred li away from Mount Meru, and created a huge pit in the mountain. What is that? On Mount Meru, the Buddhist experts guarding the legendary number 1 sacred mountain of Buddhism immediately discovered the existence of the ancient monument and were all extremely shocked. Buzz. At this moment, the void above the three-world monument rumbled. Ancient runes appeared in the void and a pitch-black hole appeared between the heaven and earth. When the Buddhist experts on Mount Meru saw this scene, they were all taken aback. Could it be that the other party was going to attack here? Swoosh! Just as the spatial passageway appeared, a powerful figure rushed out from it. A violent aura immediately filled the air. This was a great demon. Although it had taken human form, its skin was covered with a layer of green scales. Haha! After the great demon rushed out of the spatial passage, he threw his head back and laughed. His voice shook the sky, causing the Buddhist experts on Mount Meru hundreds of miles away to be secretly shocked. I'm finally out. I've finally left that damned place. The great demon was extremely excited, but very quickly, he was awakened by the aura of the extreme Tao. On Mount Meru, the aura of the three extreme Tao Buddhist weapons caused the great demon to change his expression. The great demon looked around and could not help but cry out. The exit of the Heaven and Earth Gate was actually near the legendary Mount Meru. Mount Meru, the divine mountain where the ancient Buddhist Lord achieved his Tao. In ancient times, the invincible name of the ancient Buddhist Lord was known by everyone. This great demon was an old antique in the desolate world and knew many secrets. Swoosh! Just as the great demon sensed that something was wrong, a Buddha figure rushed out from Mount Meru and quickly flew towards the great demon. Which evil demon dares to trespass on Mount Meru? A distance of a few hundred li was nothing to an almighty expert. They could cross it in an instant. The powerful Buddha figure closed in. This great demon was not a benevolent person, nor did he come from the chaotic dragon cave. He was a loner, and after living for so many years, no one dared to yell in front of him. Bang! The newcomer immediately unleashed a huge golden palm towards the great demon below. The golden Buddhist palm enveloped the entire heaven and earth, emitting a terrifying Buddhist power. You're courting death. Although the great demon had some misgivings, he was not a weakling that could be bullied. He directly clawed upwards, and a green claw shot out from his hand. Boom! The Buddha's hand and the sharp claws collided, causing the void to tremble. The newcomer was sent flying by the Great Yao's attack, while the Great Yao was forced to take a step back. Up on Mount Meru, the Buddhist disciples who saw this scene were all shocked. What a good demon! The Buddhist expert shouted, and his body surged with Buddhist aura, emitting a dazzling golden Buddhist aura. He stabilized his body in the void, and then rushed back towards the great demon. However, at that moment, another figure rushed out of the spatial passageway. Roar! An earth-shattering roar sounded. The one who rushed out from the spatial passage was neither a human nor a demon, but a fierce beast. Moreover, it was an ancient fierce beast. Scarlet scales like divine flames, a ferocious head, and a body the size of a small hill. This was an ancient beast that looked like an ancient divine beast, the Fire Chelan. This ancient beast did not come from the Beast King Mountain. In its body, there was the blood of the Fire Chelan. Moreover, the bloodline of an ancient divine beast had been activated, causing this fierce beast to show signs of atavism. Fire Qilin? When the great demon saw this fierce beast, he could not help but be shocked. This fellow was even more ferocious than him, and its baleful aura made the great demon's heart palpitate. At this time, the Buddhist expert had already stopped. With the arrival of the Fire Qilin, the situation became very unfavorable for the Buddhists. The arrival of two powerful ancient beasts and ancient demons caused the experts on Mount Meru to become nervous. Swish! Silhouettes flashed, and 3 beams of Buddhist light rushed out from Mount Meru. Each beam of Buddhist light wrapped around a figure, and a Buddhist Vedanta rushed out. However, just as the ancient Fire Qilin beast came out of the space tunnel, another figure appeared in the space tunnel. Another powerful being rushed out of the space tunnel. The experts of the Buddhist sects felt their hearts turn cold. The fiends that came out from the spatial passage were more ferocious and powerful than the previous. All of them had the strength and cultivation of almighties. These were the lonesome old-timers of the wildlands. One by one, they emerged from the spatial passageway, and before long, more than a dozen terrifying figures appeared in the area. All the Buddhist experts on Mount Meru were dumbfounded. More than 10 almighty experts. Such a force was enough to run amok in the entire human realm. T. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1530. Chapter 1538. The indestructible martial saints attack. Gu Fei and He Tian moved the exit of the spatial tunnel to a place several hundred kilometers away from Mount Meru. The old-timers of the wildlands rushed out of the spatial tunnel one after another. More than a dozen almighty experts appeared at the same time, their combined might filling heaven and earth as if they were facing an army of thousands upon thousands of men and horses. What's going on? Where did so many experts come from? The experts guarding Mount Meru were flabbergasted. The ancient beasts and primordial demons that had appeared earlier had given them a sense of crisis. But now the enemy's experts were attacking the base of Mount Meru. Rumble. A powerful fluctuation of Buddhist energy erupted from Mount Meru as a golden dragon rushed out from the top of Mount Meru. The powerful pressure caused the group of almighties from the wildlands to be startled. When the golden dragon came close, the dragon's shadow dissipated, and a figure emerged from the Buddha's light. It was a powerful figure, bare-chested, with an enormous golden dragon coiled around his body. The dragon's head was in front of his chest, and Buddhist light swirled around it. The image of a dragon subduing Arhat was faintly discernible. The Buddhist schools. The old-timers from the wildlands were both shocked and enraged. Back in the day, it was the ancient Buddhist lord who had trapped them in the wildlands. Never in their wildest dreams would they have guessed that the Buddhist schools in the wildlands had long since declined. But the Buddhist schools here were flourishing. Even the legendary Mount Meru was right in front of them. The sight of the 3 Buddhist weapons hovering in the air above Mount Meru struck fear into the hearts of the old-timers. However, to their slight relief, the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Caverns forces were fighting and restraining the 3 Buddhist armaments. Kill. After learning of the current situation, the dozen old-timers charged at the 2 Buddhist experts, their ferocious auras filling heaven and earth. Rumble. The combined auras of a dozen old-timers caused heaven and earth to shake, as if an army of thousands of men and horses were charging at them. Roar. The Arhat subduing dragon let out a roar of rage as the golden dragon imprinted on his body flew up and transformed into an enormous golden dragon that lunged toward the dozen old-timers. It's just a dragon soul. One of the greater demons rushed forward and unleashed a great mystic art. Boundless demonic chi spread out, and within the demonic chi, a gigantic shadow of a beast rushed out, devouring the incoming golden dragon in a single gulp. This great demon's original body was a sky tyrant beast. It had the power to spit out the heavens and cultivated the alive slain method. It was incomparably powerful. However, that huge beast image exploded with a boom, and a golden dragon image rushed out from the body of the sky tyrant beast. This great fiend Batian was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of fiend blood. He was actually defeated right from the start. That golden dragon soul was not ordinary and could injure the fiend race's supreme beings. Swoosh! The Arhat subduing dragon rushed forward in an attempt to kill Great Fiend Batian on the spot. His golden fist emitted boundless Buddhist power, as if a golden sun was blooming. However, the ancient fire Qilin rushed forward and directly punched out, colliding head-on with the Arhat subduing dragon. Both experts were sent flying thousands of feet away by the force of their opponent's attack. Preposterous! Great Fiend Batian's entire body was filled with a mighty demonic qi. He had just suffered a blow, but his injured body was rapidly recovering. In an instant, he had returned to his peak state. He had been careless just now and had severely underestimated the combat strength of the Arhat subduing dragon. Die! Great Fiend Batian's killing intent soared to the sky as he directly pounced toward another supreme being of the Buddhist clan. He used the alive slain method and endless demonic qi shrouded the surroundings. The shadow of a beast appeared in the void. Dominate the heavens and earth! Great Fiend Batian roared angrily. The huge beast that had appeared from the demonic qi immediately opened its mouth and swallowed the supreme being of the Buddhist clan. Swoosh! The supreme being of the Buddhist clan immediately retreated. He clearly did not have the combat strength of the Arhat subduing dragon. It would be difficult for him to fight against such a great demon. What caused the supreme being of the Buddhist clan to despair was that there were more than 10 powerful existences like Great Fiend Batian. Several great demons rushed forward and used the alive slain method to intercept the supreme being of the Buddhist clan. There was no suspense. There was only one ending for the supreme being of the Buddhist clan, and that was death. Golden Buddha blood sprinkled from the sky and dyed the ground golden. Several ancient beasts and great demons attacked together and directly killed the supreme being of the Buddhist clan on the spot. Although the supreme being of the Buddhist clan on Mount Meru saw this scene, it was already too late to save him. Everyone has the right to punish the heretical demons. Fellow Buddhists, let's do it. A Buddhist chant rang out from Mount Meru. Then, an old monk with a glowing face walked out. The old monk stood at the peak of the mountain and raised his hand. A ball of Buddhist light flew out from his hand and instantly enlarged, turning into a transparent light shield that shrouded the group of old antiques. A wave of saint-grade fluctuations spread out from the transparent Buddha light shield. Crap, it's a holy weapon. None of the old antiques that had lived in the wildlands for countless years were simple fellows. As soon as they saw that the situation wasn't right, they rushed out in all directions in an attempt to avoid the Buddhist light shield descending from the sky. However, the Buddhist light shield in the sky seemed to be able to expand without limit. It enveloped the entire area, including the group of old antiques. It's that Buddhist weapon, the glazed Buddhist light shield. One of the old antiques recognized the origin of the holy weapon and was shocked beyond belief. How could this holy weapon still be passed down? The legends about it had long since been destroyed. Even the taming dragon Arhat was enveloped by the Buddhist light shield. Hurry up and let us out, or we'll kill this bald donkey. A great demon roared. The dozen old antiques were both shocked and enraged. They surrounded the taming dragon Arhat, ready to swarm him at any moment. Being stared at by so many almighty experts would cause even a half-sage to shudder, not to mention that the taming dragon Arhat wasn't even a half-sage yet. His cultivation base and strength were at least at the 5th level. This was the strength of an almighty emperor. Sacrificing oneself to slay demons is the fearless spirit of our war Buddha. The old monk at the peak of Mount Meru clearly wouldn't agree to the request of the wildlands old-timers. Very well, then let's do it. The taming dragon Arhat said coldly, then attacked. The other ancient beasts and primal demons followed suit, unleashing all sorts of deadly techniques to drown the taming dragon Arhat. The old antiques were very decisive. There was no way the Buddhists would let them go, so they might as well kill as many of them as they could. Dash. Target equals for blank. Chapter 1531. Indestructible Martial Saint. Chapter 1539. Buddhist Treasure, Suppressing the Ancient Beast in Mount Meru. This elder Buddha clearly had a transcendent status. Heavenly Monk Dharma was the strongest expert of the Heavenly Buddha sect. Following his disappearance, the rankings of the heavenly Buddha sect had changed. Although this old monk was so old that his brows had turned white, his blood and chi were still exuberant. Buddhist light shone behind his head, forming a light wheel. This was a phenomenon that would appear when one's cultivation reached a profound level. With a light wheel behind his head, it was equivalent to the Bodhisattva and Buddha of legends. This elder Buddha acted forcefully, using his Buddha light to envelop the group of old-timers from the wildlands. He didn't even care about the life or death of the taming dragon Arhat. Rumble. The space that was enveloped by the Buddha light trembled as a dozen old-timers acted at the same time, directly dispersing the golden dragon spirit that had charged out of the Arhat. Then, the taming dragon Arhat suffered a fatal blow. One of his arms was torn off by an ancient beast. Golden Buddha blood splattered everywhere, while the sharp claws of the ancient fire Qilin had already pierced through the taming dragon Arhat's chest. This group of old-timers did not immediately kill the Arhat. Instead, they chose to torture him slowly. The ancient fire Qilin beast even sealed Arhat taming dragon's primordial spirit, then plucked off Arhat taming dragon's head and coldly glanced at Elder Buddha on Mount Meru. The disciples of Buddhism will not die in vain. The elder Buddha's aged voice came down from Mount Meru. This was akin to watching someone die, and it contradicted the teachings of the Buddhist sect. The experts on Mount Meru were all moved, but no one dared to question the elder Buddha's decision. After all, if the foreign races were allowed to escape, it would be a huge problem for the Buddhist sect. Very good. The ancient fire Qilin was very straightforward. A ball of divine flames surged out from the right claw that grabbed onto the Arhat's head, and it directly burned the Arhat's head into ashes, destroying both his body and soul. From beginning to end, Arhat taming dragon didn't say a word, let alone beg for mercy. He seemed to be unafraid of death and was unusually calm. At this time, the glazed Buddha light shield was activated. Glazed Buddha fire emerged from the shield and several powerful beings of the alien races were burned by the Buddha fire. Roar! Those who were burned by the glazed Buddha fire cried out in pain. Then, they fell to the ground and rolled around, trying to get away from the Buddha fire. However, the Buddha fire seemed to have come from the bodies of these foreign almighty beings. It was impossible to extinguish it. Very soon, the bodies of these foreign almighty beings turned into ashes. Even their primordial spirits couldn't escape. Everyone was shocked. No one had expected that the Buddha fire would be so terrifying. Once they came into contact with it, they would be burned to ashes. Everyone immediately took out the weapons and magic treasures that they had refined to protect themselves. Fellow Buddhists, let's join forces to purge these demons. On top of Mount Meru, a few mighty figures of Buddhism who were standing behind Elder Buddha walked out. They used their Buddhist arts and activated the sacred weapon, the glazed Buddha light barrier. Rumble. The space within the shield shook, as though doomsday had arrived. The glazed Buddha fire filled every inch of space. Elder Fu was really going to burn these foreign almighty beings to death. Saint-class Buddhist energy erupted from the glazed Buddha fire shield. This saint weapon of the Buddhist clan was displaying its supreme might, causing the foreign almighty beings to lose their composure. Endless glazed Buddha fire burned towards them. Roar! A scream rang out as an ancient beast's divine weapon was burned by the glazed Buddha fire. The surrounding glazed Buddha fire continued to burn, turning the ancient beast into ashes. What? The fact that the ancient beast's defensive weapons had been reduced to scrap metal caused all of the old-timers to tremble in fear. After all, even the weakest of the old-timers here were third or fourth stratum almighty experts. They had no choice but to circulate their strength to fight against the glazed Buddha fire. However, the Tao patterns of the Buddhist clan were faintly discernible within the flames, and the power of the great Tao was gathering. This was the power unique to saint weapons, as they were imprinted with the Tao patterns of the saints. However, the glazed Buddha light shield's power was unparalleled. Under the burning of the glazed Buddha fire, many of the old fogey's divine weapons and treasures began to dim. The spiritual energy within the divine weapons and treasures was constantly being erased. This wasn't a good thing. At this rate, they would be destroyed by the glazed Buddha light shield sooner or later. their souls would be destroyed, and they wouldn't even be able to become ghosts. The ancient fire Qilan beast's body was surging with energy as he circulated his Xian art. A scarlet light shone from his forehead, as though something was about to rush out from there. An aura that was not weaker than the glazed Buddha light shield emitted from the forehead of the ancient fire Qilan beast. This is, on top of Mount Meru. The group of Buddhist powerhouses were extremely solemn when they saw this. The ancient beast was too strong. Could it even shake the glazed Buddha light shield? The glazed Buddha light shield was the strongest Buddhist weapon in the Buddhist clan other than the Buddhist weapons of the extreme Das. It was rumored that it had been destroyed during the primordial era. However, no one could have imagined that this renowned Buddhist weapon, the strongest below the extreme Das, had always been in the Buddhist clan of the human realm. Boom! There was a huge tremor in the void, and an aura that seemed to come from ancient times rushed out from the forehead of the ancient fire Qilan beast. Within the scarlet flames, there was an item floating. It was a blood-colored stone, emitting a terrifying aura. This stone seemed to contain an incomparably powerful energy. The blood-colored stone was only the size of a fist, but the strength it emitted was enough to repel the stained glass Buddha fire. When the old fogies saw this, they hurriedly moved closer to the ancient fire Qilan. I didn't expect there to be such an expert on Mount Meru. Far in the sky, there were two figures hidden in the void, witnessing the scene in front of them. The strength that the Buddhists had displayed was truly strong. The tables will turn very soon, He Tian, who was standing beside Gu Fei, said coldly. One had to know that these old fogies were only the first batch of experts to enter the heavenly Buddha sect. There were still many experts left in the wildlands. The Three Boundaries monument stood firmly on the ground. Countless ancient runes surged out from the monument, stabilizing the space between the heavens and the earth. It connected the wildlands to the wildlands, stabilizing the space tunnel. Some people on Mount Meru also noticed the abnormality and tried to destroy the space tunnel. However, all attacks directed at the space tunnel would be converted into energy to stabilize it. The more attacks were directed at the space tunnel, the more stable it became. T. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1532. The spatial passageway constructed with the power of the Three Boundary steel was extremely difficult to destroy. This was bad news for the Buddhist sect, because no one knew what kind of powerful existence was on the other side of the spatial passageway. Someone had broken through the barrier between the two worlds with immense power and attacked the heavenly Buddha path. This was something that had never happened before. Even in the darkest of times, no one could attack the heavenly Buddha path, because this was a world refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. Rumble. The void trembled, and a powerful movement came from the spatial passageway like a tidal wave. This caused the expressions of the Buddhist experts on Mount Meru to change. It's here. Far in the sky, Gu Fei and He Tian were hidden to the side, watching the show. At this time, the true experts had finally appeared, and Gu Fei could already sense a familiar aura. Even Elder Buddha couldn't help but be moved. There seemed to be a peerlessly powerful beast in the spatial passageway, and it was rapidly approaching from the other side. At this time, the group of old fogies enveloped by the Vajra light barrier had strange expressions on their faces. Although the Vajra light barrier was the #1 Buddhist weapon in the Buddhist sect, they didn't know what the blood-colored stone that had rushed out of the blazing Qilan ancient beast's forehead was, but it was able to block this Buddhist weapon. The blood-colored energy enveloped the rest of the old fogies, and no matter how much the Buddhist fire burned outside, it couldn't extinguish this energy. What is this? How can it be so mystical? Far in the sky, Gu Fei and He Tian were also shocked when they saw this scene. It was hard to imagine that a fist-sized stone could have such power. Could it be a divine stone that absorbed the blood essence of a sage? He Tian was a little uncertain. One had to know that the blood essence of a sage wasn't something that just anyone could come into contact with. A sage was incomparably powerful. Every drop of blood, every strand of hair contained terrifying power. If a drop of a sage's blood essence fell on the ground, it could turn an area of 1,000 li into a blood lake. If it hit a cultivator, even a demi-sage would be pierced through. That's possible. The blood-red stone was emitting waves of energy. It wasn't evil, but it wasn't the power of the demon race or the beast race either. It seemed to be the power of the human race. It was unknown where the ancient fire-Chilan beast obtained such a divine stone and nourished its Niwen palace. This ancient beast valued this item very much. Boom. At that moment, the spatial passageway shook and a corner of an ancient city rushed out from the spatial passageway. Billions of runes flickered, and a terrifying aura that seemed to originate from the primordial era appeared in the heavenly Buddha path, causing the hearts of the Buddhist almighty figures on Mount Meru to tremble. It's a human. Within the ancient city, people could be seen bumping into one another. However, these were not the outsiders, but the humans. This was an ancient city controlled by the humans, and it had actually been moved over. Buddhism, Mount Meru? A cold voice came from within the ancient city as a figure appeared. At this time, the entire ancient city was sealed by billions of runes. Even a sage would not be able to break out. However, a powerful battle intent that could cause the heavens and earth to lose their color rushed out from the ancient city. Surprisingly, this battle intent was directed at the Buddhist almighty figures on Mount Meru. Shit. The Buddhist almighty figure on Mount Meru could no longer sit still. From the ancient city that came through the spatial passageway, there was actually someone who was filled with hostility towards the Buddhism sect. Moreover, the cultivation of this person who was hostile to the Buddhist sect was so high that it was comparable to the great monk Fa who had disappeared. That was the cultivation and strength of a quasi-sage. The appearance of the ancient city shocked all the Buddhist disciples on Mount Meru. This was too shocking. A huge ancient city was actually moved into the heavenly Buddha path. The entire sky was covered by the ancient city, and the heavens and earth trembled as a terrifying aura engulfed the area. The arrival of the ancient city caused both sides to feel the pressure. However, the experts from the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave did not have any enmity towards the people in the ancient city. After all, these two powers were in a standoff with the Buddhism sect and could not afford to be distracted. The appearance of the human race at this time was definitely a variable. Even the ancient beasts and demons from the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave did not expect that the gate of heaven and earth would open again. The experts from the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave had already guessed that this must be the doing of Gu Fei and the rest to attract more enemies to the Buddhist land. Mount Meru, the heavenly Buddha path. Some of the ancient legacies knew what this place was. The heavenly Buddha path cultivated by the ancient Buddhist lord was the supreme land of Buddhism in the legends of the Buddhist gate. Those who could enter the heavenly Buddha path were all outstanding geniuses. The experts from the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave knew that there was definitely a way to leave the heavenly Buddha path. Hence, these two powers had no choice but to seek help from the Buddhist sect. While the two powers were in a standoff, no one was willing to engage in a true battle. Otherwise, this Buddhist land would be destroyed. The appearance of the human race caused this battle to be filled with variables. Rumble. The ancient city moved across the sky, and everywhere it passed, the void trembled, as though the heavens and earth were about to collapse. Formation runes began to recede. The ancient city moved towards the distance, not stopping for a moment. Tyrant Shun King is here. Things are going to get lively. High up in the sky, Gu Fei and He Tian saw this scene, but they did not make any moves. This was all within their expectations. The more chaotic the heavenly Buddha path was, the more advantageous it was for them. Open for me. Within the Vaidurya Buddha light, the blazing Chilan roared, channeling all of its strength into the blood-colored stone in its hand. Immediately, a blood-colored light shot out from the stone, slamming into the Vaidurya Buddha light. Shwa. The blood-colored light successfully pierced through the Vaidurya Buddha light, and the blazing Chilan, along with the other antiques, rushed out from the gap, escaping with their lives. The antiques that rushed out of the Vaidurya Buddha light did not dare to linger any longer, all of them rushing towards the distance. Even the blazing Chilan Buddha light was no exception. Activating the mysterious stone just now had expended a large amount of energy. Moreover, With a saint artifact like the Vaidurya Buddha light, the Buddhist sect was already in an invincible position. Unless that person from before came, no one would be a match for the Buddhist elder on Mount Meru. Having lived for countless years, these antiques knew when to advance and when to retreat. Things that were impossible, they would not do it. They were decisive, without any hesitation. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian had already chased after the human race's ancient city. T. Target equals _blank.